justice for all.
Thank you. If everyone would be seated. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Webster is excused. Commissioner Westhuizen.
Here.
Commissioner Howard.
Here.
Commissioner Garber.
Here.
Commissioner Marks. You haven't heard from
Here he
me.
is.
Oh, Commissioner
Say here.
Marks. Here.
He heard his name.
Commissioner Plowman.
Here.
Chairman Broder.
Here.
Heard your name.
Thank you very much. At this time, I entertain a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Support.
We have a motion with support and discussion on the agenda. Hearing none, all in favor of approving tonight's agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, and the agenda is approved. At this time, Frank, I think you'd like to say a few words about how we're going to handle tonight, and then I'll take it out a little bit.
Sure, thank you. So 4 candidates tonight, 45 minutes each. This is a standard time that we use every interview. You'll be surprised that we'll get everything done within 45 minutes. The candidates are aware of the red card, yellow card process. At 2 minutes to their response, they'll see a yellow card, which I'll hold up. And at 2.5, it'll be a red card that means wrap it up and done. And it allows you to get through all 20 of your questions on time. That's all I have. I've done reference checks on all 4 of them. At least 3 or 4 people that I've talked to, at a minimum for each of the 4 candidates. So that's all I have.
Chairman.
Yes.
Schroeder, I personally am not in favor of timing the responses, or I think these are professional candidates. If they can't use their time wisely, that would be indicative to us.
You would prefer
They answer the
simply
question.
a request to keep it within 2 or 3 minutes with their response if possible.
Yes, and
What's
have
that?
them manage their time themselves.
Fellow commissioners, what do you think about a more rigid system of timing or relying on the applicant? I haven't been through this much myself. I don't recall one or two I've been through doing that, but I'm open to it. Give me some input here.
I think we ought to leave it, like Frank said, he's been through it a lot more times than we have, so.
Can I just share with you one thing as to why you might want to use it? It's
Yeah.
up to you. It doesn't matter to me unless I'll
Yeah.
just say the one. The problem is if you let it go, and some people might get through 18 questions, some people might get through 20, and some might get through 15. At the end of the day, when you start vetting your candidates, you're not going to have all the same information. Because some will just, they're not timed their body to stop at 2 minutes, so they can go on. And it helps you get through all the questions. You'll have all the same information for all the candidates.
My assumption was that if some of the candidates run a few minutes over, we can all survive that. As long as we keep it. We're targeting 45 minutes, as long as we keep it to an hour. If somebody runs 5 minutes, even 10 over, that's not a tragedy. Obviously, we don't want to go 2 hours with any interview.
I leave it up if somebody, I got through the rattle on. Chairman, you gotta say wrap up the question.
Well, Frank, you said you've already spoken with the candidates about the system, right? So they've been briefed. If we didn't do that, then what they're expecting a certain thing to happen, we'd be remiss on that.
Well, I don't think this level of professionalism, I think they're gonna be able to roll with it. I would certainly hope, and again, if they can't use 45 minutes wisely
We
to
can't
communicate.
waste all day talking about this, Mr. Chair. My opinion is that we stick with Frank, who we're paying money to run the show. I agree with Olshausen.
Okay, we have 1, 2, Brad,
I
thoughts?
wouldn't keep it rigid. If roughly 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes is fine.
You want to keep it with the card system?
I don't think you have to use it. If they're in the middle of a question and they're going to wrap it in 3, that's fine. I've never been timed in an interview before.
Could you ask Frank to maybe be a little bit, use the cards, but if someone's finishing a thought or something, not just cut them off in the middle of a sentence?
I've never seen cards in an interview. I think
Brad,
it's
I didn't
weird.
understand, were you in favor of or not in favor of the cards?
Not in favor of the cards.
So when they expect to see cards and they don't see cards, what are we gonna do?
They better be able to handle it.
I think you just tell them at the meeting we're not going to use their card system. And then they'll
Let's do that.
But please try and keep it within 2 minutes.
John?
I don't wanna cut somebody off when they got another sentence to say, so, but I think Frank, 3.5 minutes, put it up.
Yeah.
I would leave that to her. You want me to, I would just leave it to the, if you're gonna do that, you want me to do that, or?
Well, if you just indicate when it reaches a certain time by putting it up, and then the chair will see that.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I understand what you said about trying to get all, most of the questions in.
Some of them they may answer in only 2 minutes, so.
It might be
Yeah, that's
40
right.
seconds.
Some
Right.
answers
You know,
might be
but we
very
just
short,
got a-
some
got a
might be 4
flashcard.
You
minutes.
might be grousing about something that won't happen.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, we seem to be almost split, and in fact, we seem to be split, so I guess that leaves me, and I would say I prefer a looser system, not without the cards. We'll ask the interviewee to wrap it up if it goes for 3 minutes, and hopefully that's gonna work. All right, we'll see how that works. Perhaps at the end of the night, you will all be cursing me. But, we'll see about that. Now, another thing, through Dr. Boggs, I thought that our questions for the interviewee were perhaps a bit verbose, some of them, and perhaps too many. I had Dr. Boggs send out my suggested series of questions, which were almost the same as Frank's, but I eliminated a number of questions that I thought were not necessary, and I added a budget question and an HR question. So what I need, you've all had a chance to look at it, is I'll need a motion either to use the questions as they were originally presented to us, or the revised questions.
I'll make a motion that we use the revised set of questions.
Is this a new one here? Is that the revised one?
That would be the
The
one,
revised edition goes up to 16 questions only.
yes, goes to
So
16.
It's this one right here.
16.
You got it in an email
Oh,
from
this
Dr.
is
Boggs
21.
the other day.
Yeah, get rid of 21.
I think these ones are the revised.
Check that.
I have a motion to use the revised. Do I have a support on that? Or are we gonna hold off one way?
I support that.
I have a motion of support. Let me give it a moment for everybody to look through and see if there's discussion on using one or the other.
So we get to adjust our time to 3 minutes a question.
Pardon me?
We get to adjust the time to 3
Well,
minutes per question.
It certainly gives us a little bit more time per question, but I also want to point out that these are not 100% rigid, and I would not be surprised if we have follow-up questions from the board on some of these. The interviewee will say something and we may want to ask another question, that is allowed. So that's why I'm thinking we might run over the 45 minutes. But again, for the sake of half hour to an hour in this process, I don't want to miss some information this board will need to make a good choice. It's going to have a big effect on the county. So, discussion on using the revised questions rather than the original.
Are we going to keep the same order of the questions being asked by the commissioners?
I was going to handle
Okay.
that next.
Okay.
Let's see what the commissioner's pleasure was on that. Further discussion? All right. All in favor of using the revised questions, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will use the revised questions. Now, finally, who is asking the questions? We have, I've already heard from one or two commissioners that they don't want to be asking the questions. So who would like to ask the questions? We can either have those of us who want to ask the questions, we can rotate it through the commissioners who want to do that. The other option is I simply read the questions one at a time to all the candidates. Commissioners, which of you would like to be part of reading the questions?
I think we'd let you read the questions, you're the chairman. So
I think so too. I think it'd just be smoother.
it'd be smoother.
And then if we have follow-up or,
Yeah.
Does everybody want me to, because if anybody wants to participate in reading the questions, I'm just fine with that. It'll keep me from
Okay.
going hoarse.
I can help you read if you want. That's
Pardon?
I can help, your pleasure. You want to read them all, or we can split them?
Again, I'm asking you folks that. I will do either one. I'm saying, if anybody wants to read questions,
If you get hoarse after you've been reading the questions, yeah, Brad.
Okay, perhaps we'll change that midstream then if
That
I
works.
start to lose my voice. And that'll give you all more time to listen and take notes and so on. I think that is all we had to do. So we're gonna go with the 16 questions, and we're gonna ask the interviewee to hold their answers to 2.5 to 3 minutes if possible. And if it gets too long, I'll ask them to wrap it up. Is everybody good with that?
Yes.
All right, I think we're ready to begin then. We need to bring in?
Want me to bring it in?
First person.
I got it. Thanks, Eric.
We got an electric chair and a trap door both.
Both.
I forgot to have that installed.
God, they look fun.
Thought I'd have a little humor here.
Why do we even have that lever?
We should have one chair.
Oh,
There's a-
I didn't even write that.
Thank you.
Yeah, gives you more room. Oh, hi there.
Hi.
Okay, pulling the cord.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure the
Yeah.
Corey about the heavy bad full palm moment, but
Breaking out here would be a bad start.
it would be. I just did it right now after you told me about that, so appreciate that. So where does this have to go back?
Right on front table and the other to the front. Right.
This one right here?
Right there.
And that one goes
And
in
that
here.
goes there.
Well, maybe.
All right.
That's good enough.
Make sure we get the public record here. So who's got the clock? Oh, the clock is all the way over there.
We're going to change things, so we're going to leave it a little bit looser. We'd appreciate it if you try to keep your answers to 2.5 to 3 minutes, because we know some of these answers might be very short. Some might require a little bit more time. If it goes on too long, I'll probably ask you to wrap it up. If that works for you, that's the way we're going to move ahead.
Okay.
So, are you ready to start?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. We appreciate your time and energy in getting to know our community and being with us today. Please introduce yourself and take 2 to 3 minutes. Tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
Well, thank you. As you can see through my resume and application, Adam Stacy. I'm a Michigander by birth and by choice. I was born here, but my father worked for the old Soil Conservation Service, part of the USDA, moved around the state a lot, moved around the country a lot. I did elementary school in suburbs of Maryland. I did high school in upstate New York. I came back here to MSU and stayed in the greater Lansing area ever since. My parents grew up on farms in the Byron area. My father's father was more of an investment farmer. You know, when he saw that the land was more valuable, he sold and retired to Florida. My mother's father was a farmer pretty much by definition. We've had that farm in our family at Beard and Vernon Road in Burns Township for 170 years. She still lives on that property. So, you know, my family's been one of the pioneering families of Shiawassee County, so our roots run pretty deep in this community. I've got 3 children. One who's attending Arizona State, kinda. You know, he came back here for take a term off. I got to kick him in the butt and get him back over there. My daughter is a freshman at the University of Michigan, and I've got a 3rd child who is a freshman at Hazlitt High School. So I'm looking for a 10-year job. I said that in my introductory letter because, you know, I've got 4 years of high school with my daughter, and I'm really hoping to get 4 years out of Michigan State. I want one of my kids to go to Michigan State, darn it, so I can get a 3-generation Spartan family. So really, I am looking for a position to stay and invest in a while. I'm a stat geek by nature. That's why I passed this out. You know, I just always like to keep stats because, you know, we're talking about, you know, the job of public service. We're talking about taxpayer dollars, and you know, I think you have to measure those dollars effectively. You always have to know what your metrics are. There's no other way to decide whether you're being successful or not unless you have some kind of measurement. Whether that's, you know, we're being more efficient this year or we're actually, you know, stretching out and servicing more people than we have in the past. So, you know, that's the way that's, you know, pretty much what I have in my wheelhouse. And, you know, I'm going to, you know, communications is a very strong background for myself after serving 24 years in the Michigan legislature, 12 in the Senate and House on either side. And a long time I was doing legislative relations, policy analysis, communications, and, you know, and research director. So one of my strengths is taking all that data and combining it into a very short talking point or short decision document. And I would definitely bring that to Shiawassee County, because your jobs as commissioners is you have to affect public policy, and you're part-timers, you're just popping in, you're expected to know all the information on a day-to-day basis, but you're not really tuned in on a day-to-day basis. So, I would like to make sure that you guys have the pros and cons to know that when you make a decision, this is the result of the outcome, and this is what we're expecting.
Okay. Thank you. Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Shiawassee County and prepare for this interview?
First of all, I went online and obviously looked at 4 years of your Board of Commissioners and Committee of the Whole minutes. I started in 2019. I did pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, because obviously it was a major disruption. Now, the minutes are pretty bare bones. You're not going to get a lot out of that. I logged on to the Argus Press and looked back over 10 years of articles on the Argus Press about what was going on here in Shiawassee. Yes, there were some colorful articles. I already kind of knew about that from my...
Nicely put.
But, like I said, I had a professor who told me, and research is in my wheelhouse, but I have to check myself, because I had a professor who once told me, listen, there's 2 types of research. There's perfect research and there's done research. Strive for the first, aim for the second. He was a guy who took on too much to chew for his doctoral dissertation. He never finished his PhD. So he's always drilling down. It's like, I know you want to probably look at 10 or 20 years. Just go to 4, expand, further if you have the time. I got here early. I decided to take a tour of the courthouse. I have been to the courthouse for work, but it's probably been about 7 to 10 years. I know you're investing in rehabilitation of the courthouse. It's a beautiful facility. I strongly encourage the keeping that historic preservation going. I like the fact that we are on the record, aren't we? I liked your Christmas tree. Can I say that? I liked the Christmas tree in the forum. That was a nice touch over there. But other than that, some other research. I called and talked to a few people I knew that were connected. I've worked with people in Lansing, and there's a lot of people in Lansing connected to Shiawassee County. I gave Dan McMaster a call. Didn't even realize he was a county commissioner. Totally forgot about that. His family was from the Langsburg area, so he was helping me when I was running for county commissioner in that part of the Clinton County. And I gave Ben Frederick a call, just asking him what the lay of the land was. And I've known Ben before he was even a city council member in Owasso. So.
Thank you. Please share a time in the past year that you went above and beyond to provide executive management in your current position.
Above and beyond executive management, a good question. In my current position, there's 2 positions. There's a position as a county commissioner, which in Clinton County is very part-time focused. We tend to empower our administration and don't micromanage, and set the broad strategy and policy for them. And the other position is the 9 to 5 daily position I have in the Michigan legislature. In the legislature, public service is a calling. You don't get into it to get rich. Trust me, I've been there for 25 years. I am not rich by any means, but I'm always amazed at what people say, thank you, or they think you've gone above and beyond the call, and you really haven't. As a constituent gives a phone call, and they've been, just beating the wall of the bureaucracy for, 3-4 months, and they can't get any headway. And then you just make one call because you know the liaison, or someone who's well connected in that area, and you fix your problem in about 5 minutes. And they're just always effusing so much praise and thank you on you. But, it's hard to say, what is above and beyond a public service. I think definitely the pandemic, challenged us. That allowed us to go above and beyond. That allowed, public employees to have to go above and beyond, to make sure they continue to provide service to the community. When I was the chief of staff in a legislative office right in the middle of the pandemic, we immediately set up some teletown halls, reached out to the senior community and connected them to have a doctor on the line to answer their questions. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation. People were not sure what was going on, and we just wanted to, we set up a few of those to settle everybody down and make sure they knew what was going on, where they could, get their, protective gear, what they needed to do, what was safe and what was unsafe, and punch through that clutter.
Thank you. How would you describe your management style?
Pretty laid back. I'm a pretty welcoming person. In a lot of my time in the legislature, there have been two kind of environments I've worked in. One environment has been in a large central staff office of 10, 20, 30 people. Another has been a smaller office of about 3 to 5 people on a daily basis. I've always preferred that larger office, and I like that blend because and I've tried to adopt that approach when I'm working in a small office, because even if a small office of 3 to 4 people, if each individual has a primary responsibility, whether it's to work a constituent case or do administrative functions or work on the legislative action, if we have a question, we usually just kind of throw it out there into the air and say, hey, I need help on this, or what do you think about that? And we lean on everybody's experience, to help us through that. In terms of management, I would, I'd be very open, open door policy. I'd let people come in. I'd be very confidential. If someone wanted to ask me, it's like, I think we could be doing something better. I take that in confidence. I wouldn't betray that trust. That's pretty much how I'd look about that. I think, managing, in this agency, you're talking about 200 plus employees, but, I've been in an office managing 3 to 5 employees at a time. And honestly, managing 3 to 5 employees is what you're going to do in a county, because you're not going to directly manage all 200 employees. You're going to manage 7 to 8 supervisors and department heads. So I think that, experience directly translates from one to the other.
Thank you. Commissioners, if I can just remind you or make it clear, if you have follow-up questions as we're going along, just jump in before I ask the second question. All right. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen concern using excellent personal skills.
Oh, that's well, like I said, there are several instances of people calling in and having especially post-pandemic, we're no longer throwing cash at people in the unemployment office, not even bother to check if they're actually eligible or not. We're getting a lot of calls now, especially winter setting in, for people saying, I need a place to stay. And we know that there's shelters, but some of the shelters have a 90-day fixed time, or some of the other shelters say that, we only shelter people if you have small children. We're not going to just shelter, an adult. So, we really have to, dig deep and, look, other staff agencies. I'll even call some of the local churches and I'll say, listen, the agency can't help her. Do you know a network out there that can help her? Is there an elder in your church who's got a couch that they can let this person, surf on? For a while. In terms of experience at the county, there are a lot of people at the county who will call and ask for help. Some of the weirdest instances is, like a gentleman who was older, I think he was in his 80s, no false issues at all. He just died of heart disease, but we were having some issues with the medical examiner. I don't know if he was on leave or vacation, so the family was desperate, saying, listen, the body's being held up for examination. We're trying to get a funeral done. So having to reach out, contact our administration and reach over and try to punch through that clutter. Hopefully it'll be faster, because it's strange that nobody else ever had those issues of a body being held up for examination when it didn't need it. And I had 2 of those within like 3 years in my district. So we actually changed the policy, and we're actually having a contract with Sparrow where they're going to provide all the forensic examination for the sheriff's department and do the county medical exams going forward.
Thank you. As we review your resume, we note several excellent accomplishments. Please describe 2 relevant professional accomplishments.
Well, I think one of the things that we're proud of at Clinton County, at being a county commissioner, was we identified early on the growing problem with pension and OPEB unfunded liabilities. Now, I see the county, based on my review, has actually tackled that very recently, and I applaud that. But we were putting in a policy that predated me and carried on after me. When I stepped down at the end of the year. We were doing this in the mid-2000s, early 2000s. Not a lot of talk about that. I mean, the real focus on OPEB and unfunded liabilities and pensions didn't really happen until the Detroit bankruptcy. And then suddenly the media and a lot of constituencies started paying attention and responding, and suddenly learning the difference between, oh, you mean retiree health care isn't constitutionally protected? No, a judge can come in and he can slash those benefits. Now, we saw that coming, and we were uniquely positioned because there was a growing subdivision development in the DeWitt and Bath area right in the mid-2000s, and we were growing almost $1 million in annual tax revenue a year in that time period. And we very quickly said we're going to set this money aside and we're going to pay down these liabilities so that 20 years from now, because we'd already had good buildings and good facilities 20 years from now, when our facilities start crumbling, when we're going to have more infrastructure demands because our population is growing. Now we're going to have the ability to meet those challenges. So I thought, I was pretty proud of what we did on that part.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Financial stewardship is critical to our county operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget and audits? If so, did anything stand out to you after your review?
I did look at the annual budget. I did look at the latest audit. I looked at your comprehensive financial plan as it related to the your pension bonding. And actually, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to look for a chance to bring this up further. I know that the board, it takes a good deal of time to look through this information and sift through it. And I know that's probably what you were doing through most of 2021 because it looks like you made the decision to pursue the bonding approach around the fall. And then in the minutes, you had to come back and look at it again in the spring. And I imagine that was because of the change in the interest rate environment. Suddenly, interest rates are spiking. The Fed is aggressively, hawking rates faster than they've ever done in human history. I saw you had to raise it from a 5% to a 6%, presumably just to find buyers for your bonds. You had to raise the cap on the interest rate. My question actually to the board, if you, had a few minutes, was I'm not, like I said, I applaud the strategy of tackling the unfunded liabilities, but did you have to re-examine any of your financial expectations or projections based on the new inflationary and the new interest rate environment? I know you already had projections for what your revenue growth was going to be, looking in 2021. Did you have to make any adjustments in 22, or are you really looking at a 20, 30-year horizon and you don't want to get too picky?
We're looking at a long-term horizon. Thank you for asking. And yes, we definitely had to look at how the savings changed with the rising interest rates, but it still made a lot of sense to us to stabilize that.
Just had to tighten the belt a little more. It's like it may not be as good as savings in the immediate future.
Always.
Yeah.
We just got under the lower rates. I think we were like between 3.1 and 4.2. We just got in
Right before.
just before. Oops, I think there's.
Well, they were 5 and 6 and 7.
Yeah. So we hustled to make sure that we could get into that, and then we found buyers at that rate.
Oh, good.
So we were quite pleased. Yeah. We saved our taxpayers probably $20-25 million when you get all done.
Yeah, because I remember the Oakland County Finance Director a couple of years ago. He made a bet on bonding back in the mid 2000s, and it was much larger what he was asking for Oakland County. He said he was sweating bullets when he first made that decision. Now, at the time, he didn't realize they were going to be in a very low interest rate environment for 10 years going forward, but. It was still a hefty call for that.
So how would you describe our current financial situation in this county?
I think just, I haven't dived in deeply, and I'd like to, the one thing I didn't notice in the budgets was the capital improvement plans. I'd like to look at the capital improvement, budgets going out 10 years. Are you budgeting for expected, equipment failures and other replacements, so that you don't get surprise, bills on your balance sheets. I think obviously Shiawassee County is, the tax base is not growing like you see in other areas. Your population is decreasing. There has been an increase in the residential. When I look at the equalization values, the residential part of the tax base is increasing. I don't know if that's a reflection of actual growth or it's a reduction in the agricultural land. Regardless, I see that you have before even jumping into the bond for the pension liabilities, I saw that there was a lot of bonds on the books for Shiawassee County, a lot of millages, so you have at least a dedicated revenue stream for those different projects you're looking in. But it definitely, I was surprised when I looked up the stats, and it's on here, that you're one of the, you had the largest decrease in population of any county from 2010 to 2021. And I don't know if that's because of your geography. I'm guessing it probably is. You seem to be tied more into the Flint-Saginaw area, especially for some of your regional multi-county collaborations. but the census just threw you into Lansing as part of the greater Lansing metropolitan area, but you're far enough away that you don't appear to be obviously Flint is not exactly a booming area. So you're far enough away from Lansing that you're probably not getting that kind of residential growth. Langsburg is not, busting at the seams. And so I totally forgot the question after I just spoke for less.
You got it.
Okay.
All right, moving on. We have a complicated budget with multiple elected officials, department heads, and branches of government. Please describe your budgeting style.
Well, I think the budgeting style is based on my interaction and work with two of the finest administrators in the state, in my humble opinion. We had Ryan Wood, who was there for, I forget long, it was almost 15 to 20 years. We had our deputy administrator was there for a good 12 of that 15, 20 years. We promoted him. Unfortunately, he's moving on as well. It was a quicker transition than we expected. But those gentlemen really kind of set the stage for how to do budgets. The philosophy of Clinton County is it's all one organization, it's all one team moving together. We don't have silos, we don't have competing interests. We generally had a good group of long-standing elected officials who really treated the job as a job, not as an elective office. For the most part, a lot of the officers in Clinton County didn't even have any general competition. The treasurer and clerk, I don't think have faced a general election for like 12, 16 years. There really wasn't any county-wide competition. So it was easy, in a lower partisan environment to get everyone working together. We had a great group of judges as well. The one thing we're having issues right now is our county prosecutor, brand new prosecutor. I feel like he feels like he's trying to make up for lost time, and he's being very aggressive in some of the requests he's making. It's like, we have to fit this in as the whole, and he's trying to, say that, we're putting the public safety in jeopardy. And it's like, public safety isn't just the prosecutor's job. It's a four-legged stool. It's the judges, it's the sheriff, it's the Indigent Defense Commission, and it's you, the prosecutor. And we kind of went to the public, and we went to all the pieces, and they said, no, what the prosecutor is asking for is important, but it is not the highest priority right now. So we really get everyone on the same page and say, what is the highest priority? If the drain commissioner needs a new pickup truck, but he can let it go another year or two because we have to do some equipment, updates in the clerk's office. That's the way we're going to do it. So, we treat the whole thing as one organism, and I think it works effectively that way. I know that doesn't work perfectly in just about in every county. It's going to be different, but I hope if you select me that I plan to be here for 10 years. I hope that people understand that I'm looking at long-term horizons. Anything we do and you execute and I implement in the next year or two is going to take me a good 5 or 6 years just to evaluate whether it was successful or not. So I do want to hang around and just make sure that we're doing the follow-through on these things.
Thank you. Please explain your experience with human resources management, including benefits, coordination, healthcare, and retirement systems. In my day job in Lansing, we have a professional staff who handles that. We work with them closely to manage the benefits and the packages. In the county commission, we've empowered our administration to negotiate on those fronts. The benefit. Actually, we've been fairly successful on the health insurance increases. I think there was one year a couple years ago where we had a 9% increase, and that really stood out because we have an alliance of all the different units that get together and negotiate our healthcare package with McLaren, and we've kept it to about 3 to 4%, maybe 5% on a given year, increases year to year to year. Now, just talking to administration, they say that those days are over and we may have to look at some different options going forward. But, we've always been competitive on the benefits, and that's helped us with our labor relations with the collective bargaining units because, one of the aces in our hole when they would come and ask for salary negotiation is, well, you have 115% retiree health care fund. You don't have to worry about that being gone in the future when it comes time to retire. But I think I slid over into the union side. You want to know more about the actual management of the HR side. Not as directly, but I am familiar with it, working with it in a supervisory administrative capacity at the county board for a number of years. Thank you. What tools or techniques do you use to ensure the Board of Commissioners is always kept apprised of issues that arise within the county?
Well, I think that what I passed out to you, first of all, is kind of one of those tips. Being in your job for 14 years in Clinton County, I know how difficult it is. I know that you know what's going on, but suddenly you go to a township meeting and they ask you, all right, what's going on in the county last month? And you just like, you just draw a blank. It's like, I know we're doing some really important stuff in the last few months. It's just not coming to mind. So I do plan to keep you updated, not just with something you can carry in your pocket. I'm actually developing more of a one-pager that on both sides that'll keep track of, current initiatives by the county board. What are we doing? Probably update that quarterly. Every 3 or 4 months you'd have something like that. Like I said, my experience in the last 14 years as a county commissioner, I know what you need to know. There were times where our administration didn't really understand that. It's like, no, we need, they weren't thinking very politically. And some of these guys, because they just came through it, coming up in management, from city to township to county, it just never crossed their head. But at the county level, suddenly you're facing a lot of different issues, and they do have a lot of a political equation. And my background as a county commissioner, I can kind of see the needs that you're going to have to make sure that you can communicate effectively. Also, as a staffer for 24 years, I know my role is to prep you and make sure that you have the tools ready to make that decision, that you make the policy, you make the grand strategy, and I execute it on a day-to-day basis.
I'm glad you touched on that, because I've always felt that it's not what the commissioners knew, it's what they didn't know. It gives us a lot of...
Like I said, the county commissioner is a part-time job. I remember when I was a township trustee for 4 years, and the township treasurer, of course, he's a full-time guy, and he would tap me on the shoulder and says, you got the toughest job here. Why? He says, because you're expected to come in once a month, vote on all this stuff, and expect to know everything that's going on that me and the supervisor and clerk are talking about, but you're just popping in here once a month. But yes, I understand that, and I definitely want to keep you apprised, and like I said, I have a very strong communications background, so I have no problem issuing, weekly or monthly emails, keeping you apprised of what's going on and what are the hot issues of the day.
Sort of a follow-up to that, since you've been a county commissioner, you've been in our seats, and of course you can only speak to your own experience with your own county. What were a couple of your frustrations as a county commissioner? Things that if you had been able to, you would have liked to have seen your county do different as far as that relationship with you?
One of my perspectives changed because it depends on where you're sitting. As an individual citizen, I was annoyed that all my county meetings were in the mornings. They were at 9 a.m. They were at 9 a.m. or they were 2 in the afternoon. Nothing was in the evenings. The public wasn't able to participate. And I thought this wasn't very transparent. We should be more transparent outreach. And then I got to be a commissioner, and I suddenly realized, wow, there's no one in this room. I can have a really frank conversation with everyone here. That was kind of it was kind of nice. I'm not saying that was a good thing, but it was like, oh, okay, I can see their perspective on this.
Ours are all on YouTube.
That's good.
It's just like
But yeah, ours wasn't. We didn't have anything on that. So, there were some pretty frank conversations that I'm sitting there thinking, boy, I'm glad a person in the public isn't here watching this. But it was a little disruptive to me as in my day job. I had to leave my day job and run a half hour up to, St. John's and come a half hour back after a 2.5 hour meeting. But I wasn't able to affect that change. Other than that, like I said, I think the administration did a superb job of administering. Sometimes we're a bit naive on the political front. They would just say, well, we have this plan, we've put this plan forward, we've talked about this, for example, public safety facility. We built a jail 25, 30 years ago. It's not in great shape, but it's not terrible, and it's not like that's a population that really needs comfort and joy in there anyway. But it's not set up for the huge increase in female prisoners. And we're very close to Lansing, so a lot of the Lansing violence and crime spills over into our county, and then we have to house it. And it's not set up for mental health diversions. We don't really have isolation places to put people in to make sure they get on their meds or find a better place than putting them into the county lockup. So there was a discussion about, well, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to talk about this and have a public safety facility. And I said, you don't understand the political climate. I was like, groceries have doubled in price, gas has doubled in price, inflation is here. People are getting really stretched thin. We have a functioning jail, and now you're going to ask people automatically, hey, let's just go ahead and spend. And that was the other thing. We thought it was going to cost 30 or 40 million. We did an initial survey, do the inflation and the construction, and suddenly it's going to cost 70 million. And then we said, okay, we're going to go back, we're going to cut this down to bare bones, nothing, we're going to make sure there's nothing here that we don't need. So we went back and cut it up, 67 million. All that for $3 million because, just the basics of it is where we couldn't find the savings. So I don't know if they're going to pursue that in the future. I think that might be more long-term than short-term. Now, the administration, like I said, wasn't looking at the grand political equation. They were simply saying, we have 5 to 6 million in upcoming capital improvements in the jail. And why should I spend 5 to 6 million on a facility that's aging than invest in a new? Well, you spend 5 to 6 million if it's going to buy you 7 to 10 years to spend it instead of spending 70 million right now in an inflationary environment. And let's wait for construction costs to tamp down. So
Sounds familiar.
I guess they're $24 million jail.
Ooh, deja vu.
We don't have those problems. We're awash in cash.
And that's not exactly right. And imagine talking to your taxpayer constituent, a lot of whom are large landowning farmers, saying, yeah, we're going to raise your taxes and we're going to put it into the population that doesn't contribute to the economy.
We
Here.
did that, so thank you.
It's likely that's something we'll be doing again soon.
Yeah.
All right. Our new county coordinator will need to be a regional voice and foster economic development within our community. Please share with us how you have built relationships with community leaders.
Well, I want to thank you for acknowledging that county government is regional government. That has been a big mission. Because Clinton County's location in Lansing, virtually everybody on the board sits on 2 or 3 different MAC commissions. I never did because I had a full-time job and I didn't want to bother with that. But they've been sitting on the board and they have been pushing heavily over the last 10 years that county government is regional government. And a lot of people still lump us in with city, village, and township government. It's not the same. It's an intermediate level government. A city government has a lot more powers. They can generate a lot of new ideas and new services because of the way the statutes are written. The county really isn't in that position. We're simply an intermediate function providing a lot of state-driven services with some state funding, not always a lot of state funding. So in my experience in Clinton County, we weren't looking to invent new services. We were just trying to make sure that we were doing everything as efficiently and effectively as possible. But another aspect of regional government that Clinton County was always pushing was regionalism. Even though a lot of our constituents said, we don't want you working with Lansing and East Lansing and Ingham County, we don't agree with those guys. I said, well, we don't agree with them either, but working collectively, we can stretch our dollar more and we can influence them and try to get some more mainstream policy. We spearheaded the creation of the Capital Council of Governments, which is Ingham County, Eaton County, Clinton County, and Michigan State University. We intentionally did not include the cities because I've sat on Tri-County Regional Planning, our Metropolitan Planning Commission, for a number of years. It is a bit schizophrenic because it's got 20 members and a lot of the members are members from a city. So the city of Lansing will have 4 or 5 members. Clinton County has 3. Eaton County has 5. Ingham County will have 5 or 6. And so there are a lot of members just from the city of Lansing, city of East Lansing, and it was a little bit cumbersome. We said, let's just focus down. Let's just put the 3 counties and MSU on this group, and let's lobby for projects that benefit the entire region. We pushed for the funding for Heritage Hall that they just finished in the Capitol. We pushed for funding for a road expansion just over the border in Clinton County that we did. So absolutely regional government is important. I've had a lot of good relations with major stakeholders in the Lansing area. I know that you tend to be a little more focused toward Flint or Saginaw or maybe even Metro Detroit, but and I would continue those relationships, but I think I would also offer a chance to build some relationships with Lansing and Ingham County and Clinton County. And, because like I said, I think if you look down, a good portion of the population of your county is probably working in the Lansing area. So there's definitely some synergies we can create with Lansing and Ingham County and Clinton County.
Thank you. Excuse me. What experience do you bring to Shiawassee County in union negotiations, grievances, mediation, and arbitration?
We've had really good labor peace in Clinton County. We've only gone to arbitration once, and it's just now. Actually, we're in arbitration right now. The only time we've ever gone there, only because ARPA. It was a blessing and a curse. When the government gives you $14 million, which is equal to an entire year's tax collection, And we were sitting, like I said, very fortunately, we paid off all of our building debt in 2012, and we were fully funded on OPEB and our pension. I think the pension got as high as like 112, 15. It might be around 95 with the stock market. The OPEB just kept going and going and going. It was around 147. I think it's starting to come back. But because we were fully funded in a lot of those vehicles, we didn't necessarily need the ARPA money. We weren't going to turn it away because somebody else would waste it anyway. So, we took $9 million of that. We put it immediately in our public improvement fund for future building projects, which we thought was going to go a long way to a jail until we saw the price tag. So, we took another $3 million and we put it to broadband, and we're trying to use that to leverage additional federal grant money so we can build out broadband, because we have a policy in Clinton County of promoting residential subdivision development, because that's where we can increase our tax base the most. And we know that if we can increase our broadband capacity, especially more into the underserved areas north of the developed subdivisions, we're going to incentivize more residential construction there. The other $2 million we put into job provider grants, because not just state government, but the county government. Our county sheriff, under the orders of the state government, was on the phone shutting businesses down. So we felt part of that problem. We felt we needed to make up for their financial losses. So sitting on that money, of course, our latest union says, well, you're in a far better financial position, which is why they've taken us to arbitration, and they think they can win. We've actually have fewer union collective bargaining units than we started. One of them dissolved because we treated our non-union employees, who tended to be, and I know it's different here in Shiawassee, our bargaining units were really only in the public safety sector. All of the county employees, so the clerk, drain commissioner, everybody else was non-union. So the prosecutors actually dissolved their union a couple years ago because they saw how well we were treating the non-union side, and they said, you know what, we don't know if we're getting really our value out of the collective bargaining. We'll just go ahead and dissolve. We moved all of our. I was the human resources chair, and I directly involved in negotiations. We got our last unit, the deputy sheriffs, off of defined benefit onto defined contribution. So I think for the last 10 years, no new employee in Clinton County has been on a defined benefit. And defined benefits had their place in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, I just, if you look at all the stats, the younger population of 40 and under, they tend to have a lot more jobs. They tend to move around. A defined contribution plan is more portable, and quite honestly, I think it lubricates and it helps the system, because I've seen people stay in jobs that they may not have been most happy for, because they said, well, if I just do another 7 or 8 years, I can qualify for my pension. And they passed on a job that was over here that could have been better suited to their skills. And that's a part of the equation that I don't think people look at sometimes, is the opportunity cost.
All right. Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you hoped for. What did you learn from the process?
Process that didn't yield a result. Okay, well, generally speaking, I like to troubleshoot areas ahead of time. I always like to build up contingencies. One of my personal traits is I tend to play a lot of board games with a group of guys I know. These are not the Scrabble, Monopoly, Pokino games of the past. These are strategic games that take 2 to 3 to 6 hours to play on a broad map with various different interacting pieces. So we're always used to playing a game and saying, like, I make this move now, but I bet 2 hours from now Brad's going to make this move over here, and it's going to get in my way. So I like to look ahead and see what our different contingencies are. Generally speaking, though, there are a certain amount of unknowns you can never predict. There are things that are going to pop up that you can't account for. I remember we built a tower, a 9/11 tower in the southwest corner of the county. And we went through the seal bid process, and we did the due diligence, and we thought the contractor was, reputable, but they went bankrupt before we could build the tower. Had to go back and find another one. We built our first county park about 15 years ago. Had a great plan. It was a filled in gravel pit, beautiful water. We had a pavilion. We had a changing area. We were going to put a parking lot. And then, of course, after we'd already made the purchase and we went in there, we were more concerned about the slope of the land, slope of the beach, and the soils there. We didn't look at the soil structure where the parking lot was, and it wasn't stable enough to put the parking lot where we wanted to. So we had to take this square parking lot that would have been readily accessible to the sidewalks and everything else. We had to stretch it on a long rectangular angle, so some of the people have to walk maybe 100, 150 yards from the end of all the way over to get there. unexpected, couldn't plan for it, but sometimes you just have to deal with that.
All right, let's fast forward a year, December 2023. Time for the Board of Commissioners to evaluate your first year as our coordinator. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year.
Well, I hope to have good relations with all the department heads and the elected officials. I hope that our conversation today has reassured you that this is the person you're going to have, and you can trust me, and we're going to have a feeling of mutual trust a year from now. I'm hoping to have some metric performances. I hope that you would have I would hope that you would have an annual evaluation, because I'm not going to be able to improve unless I get some constructive feedback and criticism. Now, I would hope it'd be more normative with some actual thoughts in writing rather than on a score. I discovered firsthand that scores can be manipulated. We hired a new Tri-County Regional Planning Director a couple years ago, and it was someone who was really bare bones focused on infrastructure that really wanted to hire, not someone who was a little more progressive or more interested in just being a celebrity, going to meetings and stuff. And there was a good crew. We thought this guy was a slam dunk, so we all gave him good evaluations. But his competitors were not bad, so I gave them a little less. They weren't bad. I found out there was a faction of the commission that intentionally scored him at like zeros. So when they aggregated it all together, they depressed his values and made him look not as good as he should have looked, based on a realistic performance of that.
All right, we're about ready to wrap things up. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us why you are the right fit or the ideal candidate to lead Shiawassee County.
Well, I think 3 things. I'm going to take a breath here because I tend to speak faster when I get nervous. So 3 things. First of all, I think my 24 years as staff in Lansing and the Michigan legislature, I completely understand the processes at play there, the funding mechanisms, the leverage points, the people you need to contact to clear up hurdles if there's something blocking the way. Also, in that role, I have served not just a caucus as a whole, I have served individual lawmakers who had different policy preferences than I did. And that has taught me as a staffer that it is my job to execute the lawmaker's policy and to represent it authentically. It doesn't matter if it's mine. And I'm not going to feel bad about doing something that may not agree with, because that's not my role. My role to be judged is how I execute the policy put together by the board. The board makes the grand strategy, and they tell me, go get it done, and I'm going to find a way to get it done. The second thing is my time as a county commissioner. Not just as a county commissioner, but for the last 14 years, I've pretty much been involved in all facets of the county. The one area I really didn't get involved in was road commission. I was never represented the road commission, but I was on the Tri-County Area on Aging. I served on the Community Mental Health Board. I know you have your own single county mental health. We had a 3-county system down there, one of our largest employers actually in the Lansing area. I've served on the not just the county planning commission, but the Tri-County Planning Commission. So I know where the federal pots of money are that you have to access to try to get money for local projects, and and also I think Clinton County has a very good reputation. It's one thing if you grab a county commissioner, maybe from a county that's not as active as we've been. We've been pretty active on a number of fronts. So I think we've got a lot of measurables that you can look at and say, okay, they've done a good job in these areas that we're looking at, and that's experience that can directly translate over into our community. And I think on the third issue is, like I said, my longstanding connection to Shiawassee County. No, I haven't actually lived in your borders for quite a while, but I'm just over the border in Bath Township. I've lived in the greater Lansing area since I came back to go to MSU in the early 90s. And like I said, my family has owned property and owned that farm for 170 years. So we're not going anywhere. We got plans to keep that family farm running. And my mom is she's not actively managing the farm. She rents out the land. She's living on the home that she's fixed up. But I'm not going to judge based on ages here, but she's getting on in years I need to be there and help her out and help manage the property a little bit better, because there was a point in time where she had to make a decision if she was going to transfer that property to another family member and move south or stay here. And she chose to stay here. So she's told me she's in here for the next 7 years. And like I said, my daughter's in the Hazlitt High School, and she's hopefully going to Michigan State where she intends to go. So I really do want to stay here. When I say honestly, I'm looking for a 10-year job. I'm really looking for a 10-year job. I've always meant to transition into public administration. I mean, I went and got my MPA degree about 20 years ago, but the circumstances were never present. My family got really tied into where they were, and they weren't really willing to move, so that kind of limited my options of where I was going. So to me, it's a perfect fit for me to take my skill set, apply it to public administration, and still stay in this region where my family's based.
You, finally. Do you have any questions for the Board of Commissioners?
I actually did, but I think we handled it all when you asked me about because I was going to ask you about the pension scenario, because I saw that the estimates were 7.35% on the annual rate of return. I know that that's come down quite a bit. We in Clinton County were hammering on MERS about 10 years ago. It's like, well, we're expecting 8% annual rate of return. It's like, that's crazy. You can't do that. After 10 years, I think we got them down to, I don't know if it's 7.25 or whatnot. I do know that some of the more conservative analysts are thinking economic growth may not be as good, may come down to maybe projections in the 6 range, may be more prudent to look at in the long haul. I know over the time, if you look at a 30-year time, betting on equities in the American stock market, it's been a safe bet. I mean, to me, I always love it when I go on TV and someone says, oh, we're going to sell gold and stuff. It's like, no. You're just going to buy a precious metal and bury it in the ground. When you're betting on the market, you're betting on the productivity and the work ethic and the intelligence of the American people. It's generally been a good bet. And, I've managed my own finances, and I've been very aggressive. I'm talking probably 75-80% equities. I've probably only generated about 8% annual return over the last 24, 23 years. So, yeah, I know in different funds, you're not going to be as aggressive. So, obviously I have no problem with the bonding mechanism to attack the unfunded liabilities, but there may have to be some more conservative estimates in the near future about what the rate of returns are. The other question I have was a technical question. When I reviewed the minutes, March of 2021, I saw that there was a land acquisition. It was a 4-3 vote, and of course the minutes weren't very specific, so I was curious, was it the nature of the land that was controversial? Was it the amount of money regarding the purchase that was controversial? It was a 4-3 vote, and I was, most of the time in Clinton County, if we're acquiring land, and I apologize, this is a sore point.
Is this the piece right over here?
There's a piece across the street.
Okay.
It was an opportunity thing.
It was a bit of a stretch, right? We were trying to buy,
Yes.
title was not clear on top of
The
it.
title wasn't clear. There was a disagreement on the board as to whether we should be investing in things with a possible future when money was tight. Others saw it as a good opportunity. There was not really any acrimony on the board. It was just trade-offs and decisions.
Okay.
So it wasn't a real big thing.
I was 100% against it because we already got 23 acres, so we don't need any more. And it was all in city, and we got 23 acres out there, it's all in the country sort of, right?
I know that attitude, because every time we acquire parkland in Clinton County, I've got a person like that saying, why are you getting more parkland? I said, it's an asset for 100 years, okay? It's an asset for 100 years.
Yeah, but we didn't need another building right here in town where there's no parking and
No, we didn't need
traffic
another
and noise
marijuana
and-
dispensary.
Huh?
I said we didn't need another marijuana.
I guess that was a
dispensary.
mistake on my part to bring that one up.
Yeah.
Look what you started off.
There was no way. Now there is.
I apologize.
All right.
All right, just the last question is, like I said, I think you alluded to this, but, a year from now, when I'm in this job, what metrics are you going to use to evaluate, my success? I prefer to know, what measurements are you going to use when you're looking at me a year from now?
Right now, we have not done formal evaluation. So that is something we discussed probably a year ago, and there didn't seem to be much support from the board for the decision to do that. Some of the board members, and please speak up if you disagree with what I'm saying here, folks, but my recollection is some of the board members felt that the experience with those, you mentioned them yourself, with doing a scoring thing can result in not a very good result. that more informal evaluation can actually get us in trouble because of some of the laws. So with as much as we've been handling in the last couple of years, we just didn't much get into it. I think our county coordinator knows in general the board was pretty darn supportive of the things he wanted and what he was doing. None of us here are particularly shy about saying when we disagree, as you probably have already noticed. So I think that it will be fairly clear to you whether we did a formal evaluation or not, whether we are happy with the performance.
Okay, and I respect those decisions. They make sense. And, like I said, an evaluation can help you improve, but it can also give you a false sense of security, if you're looking for a measurement about, because, like I said, decisions can be made very quickly and, things can be
I
moved.
suspect we would be certainly open to discussing that with whoever is the next county coordinator, if the county coordinator feels that it's an important thing. I can't promise you which way the discussion would go, but we're always open for discussion on that sorts of things. Commissioners, are there any other questions that pop in your mind that you'd like to ask? We've pretty well covered here.
I'm good.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike? Can you do me a favor? I started, fortunately I didn't need it, he was succinct. I started trying to do my own, and I was ending up not hearing. Could you run the clock even though if we're not gonna specifically use it?
I can run, I've got a clock on my phone. You want me to run?
Oh, I thought you had the, who's got the?
Morgan could.
Okay, you could run it. Somebody run it for me, so I can see, just in case we have a candidate that is going way over time, okay? Because if I'm paying attention to the time, I'm not listening to the answer.
Okay,
I
but
think
I
it
will
went
stop
really
it
well.
before
I mean,
it
perfect.
Thank
Did
you.
real well. Very succinct answers and so on. So,
Do we want, okay,
I don't know.
you don't wanna move the timer and do any of that?
Brand
You like
suggested
how
moving a chair, so that there's only one chair there.
All that, yeah.
encourage him to sit a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not so awkward.
Yeah. Are we, Mr. Chairman, are we ready for our next candidate?
are we ready for another?
Just 1 minute, Brad's gonna move the chair.
Stand for a second.
Good idea.
Yeah, we should like, do jumping jacks or something like.
This one feels sturdier.
I wish I'd thought of it. I would have liked, like in the Wizard of Oz, as he came in for the flames to erupt behind me.
Oh, for crying out loud.
One question,
Do
one,
enough. Just in case. I'm gonna set that there.
Thank you.
what? Greg, you don't answer them.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
You don't ask anything about being a, shoot, lost it. What are you?
Lawyer.
No, but I mean,
Catholic.
sorry, what the heck?
No, not that.
American.
I need
Wait,
a word.
I'm the election, you're the FOIA people.
Oh, FOIA coordinator.
Gee,
Ah, FOIA.
I use mostly Eric.
parliamentarian, you have any experience with that or anything?
Ah,
Oh, yeah, we don't have one.
You don't have anything on that?
I'm the parliamentarian.
Are you?
I always have done.
Are we ready for the next?
I think we are ready.
Not that anybody cares.
We had one parliamentary question, where someone made a motion and they voted against it.
I was on the parliamentarian and stuff that.
My sister went to state for it, or I just called her.
Good afternoon.
On the front.
Hi, how are you?
Right, well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Is everybody ready?
You are.
Just to let you know, we're probably told we're gonna be real tough with the timing. We're not gonna do that now. We ask you to try to kind of keep your answers around, 2 and 3 minutes. We understand some may be a few sentences and some may be longer. That way, we'll just try to get, we're not gonna be, bring the hammer down on you on a timing thing. If it goes on too long, I might say, could you finish up? So, don't get nervous about the timing. All right, I think that'll be more helpful. All right, if you're ready to start, I'll start with the first question. All right, we appreciate your time and energy in getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes, introduce yourself and tell us about yourself personally and professionally.
My name's Ryan Rutzis. I'm the city manager in Marlette. I've been there now for about 4.5 years. About 8.5 years total in city management. Originally from Canton, down to the Detroit area, but grew up an outdoors person. Went to Hillsdale, so I spent a lot of my time in rural agricultural areas. Started on the west side of the state in Grant. My professional career was there for 4 years. My wife's from Bad Axe, so we had a chance to come back towards the Thumb and still stay in a rural area, and Marlette was a good fit for us. We're excited about this opportunity here. We are hoping that to make this place home. Our full intent is, should I ever be offered this, that we will move here. And once this was posted, we started looking for houses because it's so hard to find something right now. And so we put a lot of time and energy in find the place where we want to be. I have 2 stepchildren. I have also have a 9-year-old son who I coach in football. Sometimes I'm the mean dad because of football, but other time, depending on how it goes, sometimes I'm the cool coach. So, and thought to get involved here too with Central Michigan Football League in Shiawassee. We love to deer hunt. We love to duck hunt. So even though I'm here today and muzzleloading starts this weekend, I'm planning on taking some of my Saturday morning and trying to fill the freezer since my wife's kind of ahead of me. But I'm looking forward to entertaining the rest of your questions, and really excited to be part of a rural community here.
Thank you. Since you were notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Shiawassee County and prepare for this interview?
One of the first things I did was we started going through your budgets, started going through your audits, tried to read as many articles as I could about the courthouse project that's coming up. That seems to be a pretty large undertaking. I know one of the first things when I get here is to see what the transition plan is during those renovations. If people are out of the office or if they're in their office, and how service can still be commenced without being interrupted. And that's going to be a challenge. I'm familiar with some of the area. My brother just moved from Perry to Billings, Montana. Something that him and his wife wanted to do. So we've been coming through here for a couple years now. I went through your most recent audit from June 30th. Noticed that in the next 4 to 6 years, we'll be offloading a lot of debt, a lot of bonds will be maturing. And that's pretty exciting because, you know, building that credit rating, building that bond rating can allow you to move forward here with other projects that you might have had in the pipeline, thinking, well, we're bonded out, and some of these other communities that may have wanted to borrow on the county's full faith and credit, they'll have an opportunity to commence with some projects. I know like the Owasso drain bond's coming off soon, the medical care facility, and so forth, but that's great to see that there's collaboration between the counties and the local municipalities.
You. Please share a time. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Please share a time in the past year that you went above and beyond to provide executive management in your current position.
I would say what we're going through right now, we recently lost our treasurer. She's been in Marlette for 25 years. And so it's been kind of a challenge to fill that role, get that person trained, and trying to help the girls up front. And there have been times where they've needed a break, and I'll watch the front, I'll answer the phones, take water bills, tax payments, anything to lift the burden of the employees that are just as affected as I am. We're fortunate enough to hire somebody that is qualified, is from the community, and just a great people person. And trying to just go above and beyond for my staff in that situation because we're small. You know, we've got 12 employees, some seasonals during our pool season, but it's hard. And so if they needed a days off, I said, take care of it. I'll watch the front for you. I'll answer your phone. If there's an email coming in, I'll take care of it. And just leading by example like that, you know, and showing that your staff that you are not big enough or too big to sit there and say like, well, that's not my job. Well, it is. It's my job to be a team player. It's my job to be the leader of this organization. And I know they've appreciated it. And sometimes I made a couple mistakes. Ryan, you should have answered the phone that way, or you sent the wrong mail. And I know when they come back there in groups, I'm in trouble.
Thought you were the boss. All right. How would you describe your management style?
I want to help. I don't want to lead from the top. I want to lead by example. I believe that is so important. And being an honest, ethical, and transparent manager is the bedrock of what I do. Your staff, your community has to be able to trust you. You are who they look to every day to manage the city, manage their finances, water, sewers, streets, all of those things. I'm not afraid to put on a pair of boots if the DPW needs me. Back when I was in Grant, they've asked me to help with the funerals, and I was the person burying loved ones. Am I the city manager? Yeah, but I'm a community player. And I think that is what's driven me in the 8.5 years that I've done it. Originally I went to school. I didn't even know what this was, what I was gonna do. You know, I thought I interned in DC. I worked for certain political campaigns and stuff, and then I got hooked on city management and realizing how much more change you can make at the local level and how much more responsive you can be instead of I'll just write my congressman, or I'll just call the office, and some office assistant will send me a form letter. And I didn't really enjoy that. There was no interaction with people, and it didn't feel like much got done. And once I got an internship in Jonesville, and seeing how local government actually worked and the impact you can have on people's lives every day, completely changed the direction of my career, and ended up getting my master's, and I haven't looked back since.
Related to that, if I can follow up.
Sure.
How have you handled, or how do you handle when you have to do unpleasant things? Discipline, layoffs, firings possibly, or anything else? How do you approach that?
No matter what, those are probably the least enjoyable things of the job.
Not always.
But anytime when it comes to discipline and firing somebody, that's tough. That's tough because sometimes those people could be in hard situations, and maybe you don't always know the circumstances. But when it comes to that, it's all about the fact finding and doing it based on facts. And even being in a small community where I am, it's hard because everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows what kind of car I drive, know where I live, know where I like to eat, and so forth. And so that's what makes it harder, is because everything's so tight-knit. And it's a delicate balance to weigh, but your council has hired you to do a job, and that's what they're paying for you to do, is that job. And so it's not always easy, but sometimes it's just about having a conversation and talking to people and getting those issues resolved. I've had to terminate employees before. Like I said, it's not the most enjoyable thing I like doing, because I always hope that that person can mend what they're doing and move forward and become a better employee, whether it's with the community I'm with or wherever they move on in life. And so hopefully when those times come, that those experiences they learn from and can carry those forward and make them a better person.
Thank you. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen concern using excellent personal skills.
We had a gas line project from Semco all summer, and they went through a lot of people's front yards, and their beautiful green grass was a lot of dirt. Some people lost their driveways for extended periods of time, and so the natural thing to do is to call City Hall. And I had one guy come into my office and threatened to everything. Yeah, everything you expect from a angry person that has just had their yard and driveway torn up from a utility company. And so I just introduced myself, because he just came in to come through the front end. I said, let's do something. I said, let me call some gopher, and I'll put them on the line. And so just based on that contact alone and him just being able to get answers in my office, because I keep an open door policy. My door's always open unless for extenuating circumstances, if there's a board meeting or any kind of employee issue, my door is open. And so he left, satisfied, and later this summer they came by, fixed his yard, his driveway, and I haven't heard from him since. But I was happy that he was able to leave a lot more calm and satisfied than when he came in.
Thank you. As we review your resume, we note several excellent accomplishments. Please describe 2 relevant professional accomplishments.
Recently, we are in receipt of a grant for our pool house. That is what Marlette is known for, is the pool. And we had got a similar grant from the DNR for a basketball court just a few years ago. And I had some council people convinced, thinking like, oh, we won't get this. They just gave us the money, and I believe I scored the 3rd highest out of 46 applicants. And they gave us the full amount for the grant that we requested. Our pool house is over 70 years old. It is the cornerstone of our park system. It's what our community is known for. And being able to get that grant, on top of that, it motivated the park board, and they've raised over $125,000 to make the pool house better than what we originally budgeted for. And so it became like a domino effect of, hey, we got this, and all of a sudden people got really excited. And that was awesome, because we had people coming from the township. We got, our park board got donations from people all the way from Texas, Florida, Georgia, that were used to be a part of the Marlette community, that still remember, hey, I swam at that pool. You know, I have some senior citizens in my community that are over 80 years old saying, I remember going there. I remember taking my kids there. And we're hoping to break ground sometime next summer.
Thank you. Financial stewardship is critical to our county operations. Have you had the opportunity to review our budget and audits? And I think you have. If so, did anything stand out to you after your review?
Outside of the bonds that I mentioned previously, I noticed that you closed your defined benefit for all employees on January 1, 2021. We did the same thing in Marlette January 1 of this year, because we realized that long term it wasn't sustainable for a small community, especially from Marlette's size, to carry those benefits. And we were able to come up with a retirement plan that still benefited employees and still benefited the taxpayer. I noticed that you guys have about $77 million total budget, 19 to 20 on your general fund. Everything seems relatively consistent over the past 3 to 4 years. You know, there's not too much taken from fund balance that's been allowed to grow. And I've gone through all the defined benefit plans that were still open to some employees that are still here, and so forth. Looked at the cash flows, everything, but it's financially stable, very financially stable, and there's been good stewardship from this community with those funds. That is probably one of the biggest, if not the most important responsibility you have as a municipal executive or county executive, is those are your dollars too. And you should be managing those funds like you manage your own checkbook.
We have a complicated budget with multiple elected officials, department heads, and branches of government. Please describe your budgeting style.
I always go back to what our previous audit is, and that's where I start. And making sure that what I do with the following fiscal year is in line with what our auditors recommend and with the direction council has set. It is council's job to provide the vision, and it is my duty to carry it out. So I make sure that I go back to those files and go from there. Same thing with our capital outlay plan. I sit down with every department head in Marlette, go through their budget with them, go through their capital outlay, anything with performance appraisals, any pay increases tied to that, everything to health insurance, retirement. We do it as a team. And I typically sit down with my treasurer and we get on BS&A for several weeks and we crank it out. And then after we're done, we bring the department heads back in, show them what we have come up with, and if there's any concerns or questions, we try to answer those as best we can. It's vitally important that you give your team the tools they need to succeed. And I don't believe doing it off the backs of the employees is the way to do it. You have to have sound fiscal management when it comes to this stuff. Sometimes there has to be hard decisions when it comes to budget. But I think every budget I've had in my 8.5 years as a city manager has been balanced. I've had clean audits. And those are, we just had our audit presented back in November. And I kind of get nervous about it sometimes because I don't know what they're going to say. But I've gotten to the point now to where I'm so confident in my abilities to make sure that when those audits are presented, I have done my job and I've worked with every employee that is responsible for that budget to show the community, hey, we are being the stewards you've expected us to be. And you can see the work that's being done.
I apologize, slightly hard of hearing. You said something about the backs of employees. Could you repeat what you were saying there?
You know, there's a perception that if you make cuts to a budget that employees are, oh, they're just cutting my department. And that's what they feel like sometimes, like, oh, we're not gonna put this much into vehicles this year, and they feel like, well, that's how I do my job, well, that's how I do that. And being able to sit down with them and explain to them that we do the budget to the best of our ability to make sure that you can do your job as effective and as efficient as possible, without feeling like if there has to be a cut somewhere that it's directed at them personally. Because departments always advocate for the most they can get, and sometimes they don't always get it. And so if they don't get it, I don't want them to feel like that. Oh, it's a shot at the DPW, it's a shot at the police. No, it's not the case.
Unless it is. These things happen.
They do, but in my experience, being in two small towns, I've learned to work together with them. And we can agree to disagree on some stuff, but when the audits come back and their budgets come back clean, it also makes them look good too.
Okay, thank you. Please explain your experience with human resources management, including benefits coordination, healthcare, and retirement systems. I know some of these you've already touched on.
Mm-hmm. I'm outside of our police chief, I am the hiring officer for everybody in the city of Marlette, everyone from the DPW to our part-time seasonal employees, lifeguards, any other random DPW workers. We might have a high score or two come in to help mow, do trash in the parks. And that's all on me. I conduct interviewing, I do the job postings, but I also work with the department heads too. If it affects their department, I want them to be a part of it. I want them to, if the DPW needs somebody, I want my DPW supervisor there so we can develop this job description and try to meet his needs as much as possible. And because at the end of the day, some of those employees, that's their direct supervisor. So I want them to be a part of the process just as much as I am. Outside of that, just during budget time with retirement and health, that's something I handle. But when it comes to signing them up for like Blue Cross, MERS, our clerk is in charge of that, and she does a really good job.
Thank you. A new county coordinator will need to be a regional regional voice and foster economic development within the community. Please share with us how you have built lasting relationships with community leaders.
When I was in Grant, we always had a managers meeting once a month, county administrator, and all city managers and anybody else that was a leader in the communities. We'd meet once a month and try to go through issues together. And that worked out really well. We had a chance to do some brownfield projects together. I was the chair of the county brownfield board before I left. But when I got to the east side of the state again, there wasn't too much collaboration with the county, and it seems like that every municipality it's on its own island. Salem County is a large county; it's almost just under 1,000 square miles, and to get from one corner of the county to another could take an hour and 20 minutes and still not leave. And so I started doing the same thing we did on the west side. So I'm going to start getting managers together, start getting the county involved. And we finally picked back up again since COVID. It kind of went away during that time. We were able to start doing this again, and I have a great relationship with the city of Sandusky. I helped write a letter for a grant they wanted for a Vector truck. And they really needed a letter from a community saying, will you use this truck? Will you partner with us to use this truck if you have any sewer issues, storm issues, catch basins? And they were able to land this truck, and I was glad to be a part of that, even going out of my way to help another community get a piece of equipment that I could benefit from. And we have used it, and I wish it was mine. But it was nice to be able to just do something that simple, take 10, 15 minutes to write a letter for another community to help them out. In rural communities, it's a challenge. It is a real challenge. We don't always have the resources of some urban areas. And so partnering resources together has helped us out. And now what we're starting to do is, this coming Monday, there's been some turnover at a couple of other communities. We're starting to get all the DPW heads together, seeing what we can do to partner, what we can do, where do you need help at? We have another village just west of us in Tuscola County called Clifford. They have one DPW person. And my DPW supervisor comes to me and says, hey, they need help with some water line thing over there. So I went over there and helped them, one person to take care of a water line. And just little things like that, they go a long way. And the guy ended up coming to our office and thanking us just for giving them an hour of our time.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to back up a couple of questions, as something just popped into my brain. You mentioned you are the hiring officer for your city, and you've dealt with a lot of that. Hiring is one end. You probably have the same problem we have with employee retention. Did you want to mention a couple of words on what you think are the key components of keeping your employees once you have them?
Listening. Listen to what your employees are saying. Not everything is a complaint, and not everything's going to be a compliment either. You have to keep an open mind. That's why you have 2 ears and one mouth. And so it's my job to listen to them. It's not just my job to direct them, because there are things that I can learn from them and some wisdom I can glean from something that I might be missing. I could be the one that's wrong. And so there's a certain aspect of humility that has to be involved in that. And even if it's a discipline issue, it's not about discipline, it's about corrective action. It's not about the punishment. My police chief has been here for 34 years. My treasurer retired after 25. I have another police officer that's been here 18. I have my DPW supervisor's been there 18 years. And even before I got there, the former clerk and treasurer had done 25 years. So something works there. And that was one of the great things about coming to that community is they were able to keep people. And a lot is because they listened to people. And they hired people that listened and also took direction.
Thank you. Our new county coordinator will need to be a regional voice and foster economic. Oh, I already asked that.
You skipped number 10.
Please answer again. What experience do you bring to Shiawassee County in union negotiations?
No,
You
number
skipped 10.
10.
I'm sorry,
I
I
thought,
missed one.
well,
You
I
did.
thought you did, but then he talked about leadership meetings
Yeah,
once a
yeah.
month, so.
Well, no, he got on it, but you didn't actually ask him.
You're right, I forgot to
I don't need
ask
to
it.
know if you need to ask it, but you probably should just for
My
formality.
apologies. Maybe somebody else should
10.
read these.
Yeah, what tools or techniques?
Yeah, tools or techniques.
Alright, let's move back.
So he answered it, you didn't ask it.
No,
He
no.
did.
Well, I
should
think
ask
he might have a
because
different answer if
in
you
case
asked
you
him.
want to answer, you're overlapping a lot of these, which is
No.
good. You're anticipating our questions, so I'm gonna ask this in case you want to answer anything. Okay, more about it. What tools and techniques do you use to ensure the Board of Commissioners is always kept apprised of issues that arise within the county?
Right.
I would do the same thing I do now. Every council person in Marlette has my email. And they have my cell phone number, and they have my home address. I make myself available, and I do the same thing with the employees. There isn't a way to not contact me. I email council probably once a week at least, saying here's what's going on. I provide we got council meeting on Monday. I provide as much detail in my manager's report as possible without them, because sometimes after you read through a few pages, they may lose interest a little bit, but I try to put all my details into at least 1 to 2 pages, all the important information. Make sure that report gets out well before the meeting, so they have an opportunity to come to the office, they have an opportunity to call me, they have an opportunity to email me well before a meeting so they get their questions answered. And it works out well. It works out very well. There are times where I'll go out to lunch with the council member, or I'll go out and have coffee with the mayor and just talk. And that's helped build relationships. Building relationships has been so much of a focal point for me here in Marlette than I probably was in Grant, because you can get so much more done when the relationships are built, they're cultivated, they're nourished, and I think I've done a much better job in that in my past 4 years of being city manager, and it's paid off. It has paid off well because it's got people activated, it's got people motivated, and it's got me excited to continue doing what I'm doing for the community.
Thank you. What experience do you bring to Shiawassee County in union negotiations, grievances, mediation, and arbitration?
Both Grant and Marlette are non-union shops. I have an understanding of Public Act 312, especially when it comes to police and fire and arbitration, but I do have a good history of negotiating contracts, whether it's for a street project, sidewalk project, and any other kind of park project we may be doing in Marlette. I have a ton of resources should I ever have any questions regarding those matters. But at the same time though too, being able to have those contract negotiations with other things would still, I think, pay dividends for anything union related, collective bargaining, mediation, or arbitration.
Could you please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield results you hoped for, and what did you learn from that process?
We've been working really hard to address the lead copper rule for the state. For people that don't know, in 20 years you have to have all your lead service lines replaced with compliant materials. And we have been working really hard to develop maps, complete our CDSMI, which is our complete distribution systems material inventory, to start replacing these lines. And we have applied for just a ton of funding with the state to address this issue because my community cannot afford it. We're bonded out. We're a low to moderate income community by the MEDC. And so so when we get these letters in the mail saying, oh, you didn't qualify this route, it gets disheartening, because those are our dollars too. And that's right. And that's why I'm so passionate about rural communities to go after that stuff where it's not always directed towards metropolitan areas or bigger suburban areas.
you know, these cities have those same issues. Rural communities have the same issues, maybe smaller in population, may not have all the resources. But those are our tax dollars in Lansing and in DC, just like it is anybody else. And so we've applied for funding again to help replace these water lines, and we're gonna do this as best we can without having increased rates for the water user or sewer user. We're not gonna do that. That is not fair to the community.
Follow up on that one. So you didn't get the money.
No.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't. If you don't, Eddie, you must have a few thoughts on down the road on what that's going to mean to your community and what you might have to do.
We've given it some thought, and it's frustrating to think about because it's an unfunded mandate. And those are things you just can't prepare for. You can't budget for that stuff. You know, you could hit the lottery and still not get it. But we're looking at our budget, and we're looking at our water sewer rates, and we're looking at how we budget for certain projects within those departments to make sure that we can start picking this stuff off, even if it's just a little bit at a time. We started doing some. It's hard, but we're getting there. And we will still lobby our higher elected officials to bring some of these funds to the thumb. There are communities in the thumb that are just not well off to do. You know, like Marletta's. Marletta's financially stable, but it's not financially rich.
You have about 900 residences?
We have about 1867 to be exact.
That's residences.
We have about 800.
Oh, okay.
And not everyone has a lead line, but a lot of our older buildings, especially on 53 and Van Dyke there's a lot in the MDOT right away, and those are going to be a challenge. But we've also talked to MDOT about that. If once they tear up the road, would they be able to partner with us to fix those lead lines and the roads? So we're still trying to make those connections and still trying to keep those contacts fresh because we do need the help.
If we could fast forward a year, December of 2023, it's time for the Board of Commissioners to evaluate your first year as our coordinator. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year in office.
I've hoped to have built relationships, trusted relationships, with most of the departments here. It'll be hard to be able to meet with everybody all the time and get to know them. My goal is to start establishing those relationships right when I get here. I'd also like to have gone to most of the townships, most of the cities, most of the villages, introduce myself, and just seeing what their needs are and what the county can do to partner with them. You know, where do they need help at? Where do they need some professional expertise at? And I think that's important to reach out to those. Some townships, they may have only got a couple hundred people, but they're residents. You know, they may not live in there, but I like to hunt. I don't like having neighbors either, so I like living in small townships. You know? So I'm hoping to be able to make an appearance and to be able to start cultivating that stuff with them. And if they have, and I hope they invite me back. I want to be able to come back and say, hey, we like the job you're doing. Please come talk to our township board. Please come to our city council. You know, I want to be able to show that the county is willing to partner with its municipalities.
We're about to wrap things up. Could you take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us why you are the right fit and the ideal candidate to lead Shiawassee County?
I believe that with my financial experience, with my background in rural areas, I believe I am the right fit. I have established good relationships for my past 2 stops as city manager. I have left on good terms. And this is where we want to be. I'm 38. You know, we want to land the plane. And you know, my son is 9 and he'll be 10 next year, and we need to make sure that whatever decision I make is best for my family too. We want to be part of an area that that treasures its agricultural heritage, and Shiawassee is that place. You mentioned that in your master plan about orderly growth and preserving the best farmland available. Back in 2002, there was, goodness gracious, please, 200 some, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it went from, it described the amount of prime farmland and then down to 2010, 2011, and it kind of shrunk a little bit. I want to make sure that, you know, that character is preserved and still have room to grow, and to be a destination. You know, Lansing is one way and Flint is the other. There's a lot of people that commute there. Let's give them a reason to commute here too, and I would like to be a part of that.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the Board of Commissioners?
I have nothing at this time. I really don't. I spent a lot of time reading the materials in there. The one thing I could not find though is, I don't know if it's available. I was trying to find out once the courthouse starts, what the plan is for being able to serve residents once that construction's underway.
We're working on it.
Yeah. We'll have all of that hopefully in the next few weeks, pretty much sketched out. And then it will be an implementation task. Not totally, but mostly an implementation task for our next coordinator.
There will be many happy department heads, I'm
Was
sure.
that a cynical chuckle there, Madam Clerk?
I'm very flexible.
That's what she's doing in the garage.
Her department will be affected.
It
by
will
the
be
move.
Wait a
perfectly
minute,
smooth
the basement
with no
downstairs
problems
is ready.
whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, just like every other construction
Get it
project.
done by 2024. That's all I
Everyone
say.
will be happy and there will be no complaints.
And actually, I do have one follow-up with that. Also on some of the documents you had online that said there's a need for better technology. Does that include in the courthouse like newer computers, better fiber?
So we've recently, with some of the different monies that were available during COVID, we've replaced all of the computers and upgraded a lot of technology. And we do outsource that with the RASD as our service provider. However, we need a technology management plan because replacing it all at once when the money was available was great, but I don't imagine that's going to be a lasting plan moving forward. So the next coordinator should be focusing on those kind of things as well.
And so the maintaining of what you have.
Commissioners, any last questions? Apparently not. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure.
At this time, I would ask that you have a recess.
Yeah.
And
I was going to ask about this. Do we need a motion to not adjourn but to recess?
the chair.
We do not.
Your
Then
chair, just declare a recess, and then say that you're coming back at 6:30 to begin the next set of interviews.
what he said. We're going to recess and come back at 6:30 for our next interview. Thank you.
Oh, you
Frank, he forget everything.
Both times we
I just
nailed it.
Controversy over the courthouse, because I know there were.
You gotta speak up a little louder.
Sorry about that.
No, but
We're having
I'm
very much
very glad we went that
difficulty.
route.
started again. So we are back in session. Not that we're, whatever it is we are now, we're back from dinner. So we're gonna get started. I wanted to let you know that we'll be asking a series of questions. I know you were probably told we were gonna be doing some card things for timing. We're not gonna do that.
Okay.
We elected not to do that. We'd ask you to, we have a number of questions, get through this about 45 minutes. So if you could keep your questions around 2 or 3 minutes, that'll help us get through. We understand some you might answer in 30 seconds and some you might need a little longer, so we're trying to keep it a little more open. We've got a series of questions some of the commissioners might have their own.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, why don't we get started?
Okay.
We appreciate your time and energy, getting to know our community, and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Fox. Good evening. I have 25 years of experience in county government. I've worked at the Health Department, Sheriff's Department, Finance Department, and the Administration Office. For the last 10 years, I was the county
I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
slightly hard of hearing.
Okay.
My apologies.
No, that's fine. I had that on my list of things. Talk louder.
Yeah.
I've been the county administrator for the last 10 years at Ionia County. Ionia County has a population of 67,000, approximately 300 employees, and a $40 million budget. I also have experience in finance, audits, budgets, and human resources and FOIA. I like public service and being a good steward with county resources. One of our most recent accomplishments was paying off the addition to the historic courthouse 6 years early. This freed up resources, so the board was allowed to give employees pay raises. I have 3 children, 3 grandbabies, and another grandbaby on the way next year.
Thank you. Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Shiawassee County and prepare for this interview?
I've actually done quite a bit of research. I've been looking at your website. I actually visited your courthouse on Tuesday. It's a magnificent old building. Court security gave me a little tour, so I was able to see the courtroom, and it's a beautiful building. I read that you're doing a $6 million renovation project, and that sounds very intriguing. And I would like to be part of that. And I visited 2 of your parks this week, Chi-Town, I'm not for sure if I'm pronouncing that right, and Henderson. I reviewed your audit, budget.
Okay. Please share a time in the past year that you went above and beyond. You can go back a little further. Above and beyond to provide excellent, executive management in your current position.
Excellent management in my current position.
Executive management, yeah. Well, in your most recent position.
Okay. Probably stepping up when we needed to do a strategic plan with the Board of Commissioners. Making that available to the commissioners, drafting the old one that we had, making updates to that, scheduling the meetings and updating the plan.
Thank you. How would you describe your management style?
I'm a team player. I like to pitch in too. If someone needs help, I like to be able to help them too. I won't ask them to do anything that I wouldn't do. I've helped with W-2s before when it's at the deadline time. So.
Please share a time you were able to solve a challenging citizen concern using excellent personal skills.
One day we had a elderly lady in our office, and she was crying because every time it rained for the last 3 years, her driveway would flood. She had a culvert that was plugged shut. So that evening after I left work, I drove out to her home to see if the culvert was indeed clogged, and it was. So, we talked to the guys the next day, and they said that they had been trying to work with her on trying to get the culvert cleaned, but she didn't want to get rid of her tree, and that was the problem. The tree roots were getting into the culvert. So I called the lady the next day and explained to her that, her tree needed to go so that she would be able to have a driveway that wouldn't flood every time it rained. And was able to convince her that it was what needed to be done, and her culvert got cleaned out and her driveway didn't flood anymore.
Okay. As we review your resume, we note several excellent accomplishments. Would you describe 2 relevant professional accomplishments?
I would say probably the renovation of our circuit courtroom. That was actually done during the time that we added the addition to our historic courthouse. We actually worked with Michigan Defense Commission, and they actually gave us funding to pay for part of a new wall that was going to be in the back of the circuit courtroom. And it was a fun time because we got to work with the judges too, and they wanted to be able to keep the judges' bench, but it needed updating on the back side of it, so we compromised and we kept the original bench and updated the back side for the judges.
Okay. Financial stewardship is critical to our county operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget and audits? If so, did anything stand out during your review?
Yes, I reviewed the 2021 audit. I reviewed your budget. Stood out to me that you only had one finding on your audit, which was extremely well. I noticed that you also bonded $37 million for your unfunded pension liability. I wasn't able to find the 2023 budget, but I could have missed it.
We're in the process.
Come back in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
It's almost done.
It'll be done before the end of the year, I know that much. That much I know.
Yes. We're working on it,
Yeah.
all right?
We got time.
31 days.
Yeah.
We have a complicated budget with multiple elected officials, department heads, and branches of government. Please describe your budgeting style.
I like to look back at the last couple years and see what they've been spending money on. And then I see that you guys use BSNA software, which is really nice because when you're in general ledger, you can drill down and you can actually see the invoices and see what they have been spending the money on. And then I like to project out 2 years. And you never want to cut anybody's budget if you don't absolutely have to. So it's always good to try and keep them steady where they're at.
Would you please explain your experience with human resources management, including benefits coordination, healthcare, and retirement systems?
I've been involved in human resources since 2004. I have experience in MERS, a county pension plan, health insurance, open enrollment, family medical leave, RFPs for changing health insurance, online employee navigator, which we use for employee open enrollment. Did I answer everything? Sorry.
Pardon me?
Did I answer everything? Sorry.
I said benefits coordination, healthcare, retirement system.
Are you still a MERS and defined benefit, or have you moved to the defined?
Actually, MERS, they are still with defined benefit. That was actually one of my conflict questions or answers, because our finance department wanted to eliminate the defined benefit, and I really thought that we wouldn't be able to get people to work for Ionia County if we didn't have that plan. But she convinced me that you can't sustain them anymore. And so we had started the conversations with a couple of the unions, and it actually was receptive very well. So, but the county did in 2015, I believe, close their defined pension plan for the county employees, non-union. And you guys have closed most of yours?
Yeah, can I follow up on that?
Please.
So are you, in your previous job, are the discussions about not just freezing the plan, which I think is what you've done, but actually closing it and liquidating it?
No, not closing
Okay,
and liquidating.
freezing.
Freezing it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the county pension plan, I mean, the people are froze there, they'll still earn their benefits, but no new employees can go into the non-union plan.
Oh, so it's just a union, so there are active DB participants, new participants just in union positions? And
Yes,
that's-
in MERS.
So you did it for your non-union folks
Yes.
already, and now you started basically the negotiations?
Yes.
Okay.
A general, since we're on finances, a general question, maybe you can shed some light on it. Ionia County, where you were for years, and Shiawassee on paper are very similar, almost the same population, and so on. And yet, your pension is 103% funded or something of that nature. You mentioned the ability to pay off your courthouse bond 6 years early. How? Our financial
Good
situation,
financial
our
stewardship.
financial situation, if you've looked at our, is quite a bit different. So, could you contrast the two?
I'm not for sure, like with Shiawassee County, if you guys have always made the required contributions to your MERS, and you guys have a lot more divisions in MERS than Ionia County has, so I think that might be part of the difference.
Part of the problem.
Yeah.
So we ended,
Pardon?
that's why
You stopped it, yeah. Yep.
What tools or techniques do you use to ensure the Board of Commissioners is always kept apprised of issues that arise within the county?
Emails, text messages, phone calls, updates to the board on a weekly basis.
Your past board, how would you then describe your relationship? How did that work?
I think good.
What was the most difficult part of dealing with your boards?
That's a difficult question. I think there was not as many people in our department that we needed, and so it would have been nice to have some additional help, and so sometimes it was hard to get everything that we needed to get done. So I'm relaying that to the board.
Okay. Our new county coordinator will need to be a regional voice and foster economic development within our community. Could you share with us how you've built lasting relationships with community leaders?
We actually had a collaboration with the city for emergency management services in Ionia County. We actually did a MEDC grant with a Herbrooks egg expansion project. That was a $500,000 grant. Let me see, what else did we collaborated with our community mental health to provide veteran services offices, and and Ionia County Economic Alliance was involved in the Herbrooks project too.
Okay. What experiences do you bring to Shiawassee County in union negotiations, grievances, mediation, and arbitration?
Ionia County has 9 unions, so I've negotiated.
That's a lot.
And they were all negotiated in 2021. A little bit of experience in arbitration. I want to say 2 or 3, not many, some grievances. But I'm definitely familiar with union contracts and negotiations.
Excuse me. Could you share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you hoped for, and what did you learn from that process?
That would probably be when we were upgrading our software for central dispatch in the sheriff's department. I thought that it would go smoother than what it did. We actually had to have a lot more team meetings and collaborations during the time than what we anticipated. And there were some glitches with the software, which was kind of frustrating too.
How did your courthouse expansion go?
Very well. Looks beautiful. Complemented the historic courthouse very well.
So no big problems there?
Not really, no. Nope, it turned out really nice.
Could I ask a question, Greg?
Pardon me?
Could I ask a question?
Please do.
Did it remain on budget?
Yes, except for we did add the circuit court renovation during the time, and so that, I mean, was additional cost, but the $5 million for the addition was on budget.
Fast forward to a year from now, December of 2023. It's time for the Board of Commissioners to evaluate your first year as coordinator. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year in office.
First, I have a question. When is the renovation project supposed to be completed of your courthouse?
We're going to be getting started next spring. We hope a period of 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
The building will need to be closed at that time.
Okay.
I'll actually give you an opportunity at the end to ask us any other questions,
Okay.
just so you know.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure if that was going to be in my answer, that would be completed. So.
Okay.
So your renovation project of your historic courthouse would be completed. I would like to be able to meet with all commissioners, elected officials, the administration office, finance, meet the department heads, tour the departments. I kind of saw where your sheriff's department was, health department, but I also noticed that you have a medical facility.
Did you have a medical care facility in Iowa County?
No, nope.
Yeah, there's not much, there's some oversight that we do. Am I explaining that correctly? But it's really independently operating, so it's.
They have a millage, they submit to us weekly budget requests for reimbursement. And that's about, and we own the facility, but that's about the extent of the.
And they have a debt for that building?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
It's almost brand new.
Oh, okay.
It's very nice.
I'll have to drive by.
I have to, at this point, we got a couple of wrap-up questions, but I have to ask one. You have a lot of experience, and I know the difficulty of a county coordinator's position. Is there anything you want to tell us about the controversy that occurred in your county?
I guess controversy.
Well, there's newspaper.
Yeah.
Every county coordinator is going to have people, you know, who are big supporters, people who don't like things. Is there something you want to share with us regarding that? And I'd like to hear what happened with your road commission when it became your road department.
Okay. When you're in leadership, you need to be able to. When are in leadership, you need to be able to have employees that you can trust that work with you. I mean, if you don't have trust, you just can't function anymore. We had an employee who we believed was dishonest. The finance director had actually been the interim road department director for 18 months, and she had been working hand in hand with this employee. And she came to me and she said, you know, he's dishonest, and she had it all laid out to me exactly what he had been doing, and I agreed with her, and so his employment was terminated. He appealed the decision to the personnel committee, and it was reversed 2-1, and he was reinstated. And I enjoyed my job, but I couldn't stay and keep my integrity. So I resigned my position. I would do it again today. It was the right decision. I've been spending the last months with my family and enjoying my grandbabies, so it was a good thing for me to do.
And why did you switch from a road commission to a road department?
Their pension for MERS was funded at 42%, I believe. So they were on the state's radar. Some of the commissioners thought it would be best that we bring them in-house. That did, once we brought them into the county, that got them off the radar, because with Public Health 202, we were now at 60% with all of them. So it was a long process, a lot of hard work, but I think it was probably the right decision for their pensions.
And what changes did you have to make once they were brought in-house? I don't mean just financial, I mean perhaps dealing with processes and personnel.
Their personnel, all their records came to the administration office. The board became their board, so all of their requests came through the Board of Commissioners. You know, we had to make the changes with MERS on, it was now the County of Ionia. All the payroll stuff had to be changed. And so.
And that's working out fairly well?
As far as I know, yep.
Okay, I don't know how much before you're leaving
Yeah.
it was
It
done.
was done in 2019.
Okay. All right. We're about ready to wrap things up. Can you please take 2 to 3 minutes and tell us why you are the right fit and the ideal candidate to lead Shiawassee County?
I'm trustworthy, honest, hardworking, and I think my skills align very good with the county coordinator position. I have experience in finance, audit, budgets, human resources, union negotiations. I've been using BSNA software, which you also use, since 2003. I like to give to my community and be a good public service, and I think that I would be a good fit for Shiawassee County.
Okay. And finally, unless commissioners, before I go this far, are there any other questions for this candidate? Do you have any questions for the Board of Commissioners?
I do.
Pardon me?
I do.
Okay, please, go ahead. You're running ahead of time.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm short and sweet. How is the $6 million renovation for your historic courthouse being funded?
ARPA.
Okay, I wasn't able to figure that out. So, is there anything regarding my experience that you would like me to clarify?
I've asked my questions.
Okay.
Apparently not.
Okay. What is the most important goal of your new county coordinator?
I've already spoken a bit.
Please.
Let's all, anybody who has
Why not?
to throw this out, please do so.
Yeah. I had a lot of experience as a commissioner. My thrust of all these interviews is, you work for the Board of Commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, we have to bring in a balanced budget. Mm-hmm. We have to do the hiring.
Yep.
And we have to work with everybody, and try to get along, and we do.
Mm-hmm.
And we do. And we really like our employees. There's always something each year that maybe takes a little more coordination and effort than normal. But what I forecasted 2 years ahead, we've been talking about that, because we believe that can get through maybe 23, but 24 could be just a very tough year financially, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Also, I imagine you had the problems maybe of having employees leave, and when they're retiring, trying to find employees,
It's
so on and so
difficult.
forth. But my thrust of gone through several county administrators is you gotta do the job, and you work for the Board of Commissioners.
Yep.
And you have to have a strong internal office, your finance, assistant finance director, whatever you would have, human resource or whatever. And we have that now. And,
Yes, I did notice that.
yes.
That's excellent.
We're pretty pleased, 98.7% of the time, you know. for everything.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but if you want, that's the thrust of what this board has done over the last 4 years.
Thank you.
I think I could add to that a little bit. Nobody else wants to jump in. I think with the work that the board has done and our soon-to-be former county coordinator have done an excellent job righting the ship of state, so to speak. Many very good changes, cost savings, and so on. And I think if you come to Shiawassee County, you'll find our financial situation is more difficult than you're used to. So that will be an ongoing thing. But one of the ways, the long-term way, as far as I'm concerned, the only way to get out of that is we'll need economic development. So expanding, I guess I would say, the usual duties of a county coordinator into being an advocate and developing relationships with our SEDP and other groups and trying to find ways to pull economic development into this community and expand our tax base would be a very critical function of a successful county coordinator. A difficult one, and one perhaps not in the norm, but nonetheless become an important part of that county business.
What is SDP?
SEDP, the Shiawassee Economic Development Partnership.
Okay. Thank you.
You probably have something similar.
Yeah,
Local Economic Alliance or whatever.
Ione County Economic Alliance, but I thought when I looked in your audit report that it said that there were no projects with that.
So we fund them, each of the municipal entities in Shiawassee County fund them to a certain amount.
Oh.
And they're a quasi-public, quasi-private organization.
Okay.
That's filed under 501c7, I think, which is designed for economic development corporations. And so they work with us, and the board is comprised of members of local government, including Commissioner Holzhausen, and then members of local businesses. So our activities with them are more that we pay our dues, and then we work with them as they bring projects together. But part of the role of the county coordinator needs to help broker some relationships with other municipalities in the area to help bring everything together. We recently entered into an agreement with them where they are going to be doing the programmatic support with Julie, our treasurer, for the land bank.
Okay.
So they're going to have more of a role here, and they're going to be using some space in this building moving forward. So we're trying to build a stronger relationship of pulling all the different municipalities together for economic development.
They're a good one-stop point to go to, and then it distributes out to all municipalities.
Does Ionia have a land bank?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar then?
Yes. Yep.
With the function of a land bank. Okay. Other questions?
How would I exceed your expectations during the first year?
You would talk some major manufacturing plant into building $100 million structure out there.
I'm not sure I can do that, but
And doubling
I can
our tax
try.
base. You'd be golden with me.
Downtown Owasso.
Oh, okay.
More seriously, I think that a very, very important thing would be that you see this board as your partner, not your enemy, not someone to get around.
Yeah.
I don't see how any county coordinator is going to be able to be successful without a good relationship with the board. It would vary, of course, between, some people want to be more involved than others. That would be important. And walking that delicate line between leading our employees and so on, but also definitely being the chief administrator, sometimes doing the tough things.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Have you had to fire people before?
Yes, yep.
Okay, so you can do that. That's-
Anyone else?
I have something.
Please.
Thank you. This is just an example of, if you have any comments about it. I've been in city and township management for 30 years, and I've always lived close to my job, like within 10 minutes. But when I came over to be in the current job that I'm in, I had to live with a friend in Jackson and drive like 45 minutes. And it was like culture shock to me. Personally, didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Some people say they love it because it gives them a time to unwind and blah, 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 and think all the way home and read, So, I mean, I would think that you've been in Iowa County for a long time, that
Right.
you're used to it. And this will be a much more of a commute, and you're up for that?
Actually, I thought that if I was offered the position that I probably would run in an apartment or a condo.
Oh,
I've
okay.
kind of looked around. I mean, I wouldn't be here like every single day because I do have grandbabies, in Ionia. But that's probably what I would do, is rent something so that I could at least be here and wouldn't have that long
So
commute
you
every.
thought about that commute? Because
Yeah.
I absolutely
Yeah.
hated it.
Yeah, I would not like that either, especially in the winter time. I mean.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Question.
Anyone else? Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It was nice to meet all of you.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip home.
Actually, I'm not going home.
Oh, okay.
I'm staying here
There you
till
go.
tomorrow.
All right.
You say watch out for deer.
Yeah, nope, I'm gonna stay one more night. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we have a few minutes before your next one. Do you want to break for a second and then come back at 7:15?
Do you want me to check and see if,
Yep,
Mr. Harrison?
Does everyone want to just move on, or?
yep, well,
I think I'm.
Well, I just want to know if he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see if the
I can use
candidate's
a
ready.
5-minute break.
Okay.
Let them.
Oh, all right, 5 minute break.
5 minutes.
We'll reconvene at
7:02.
7:07-ish.
Back here, yes.
Yeah.
At least I told you back there, so.
session. Just to let you know, you were probably told that there'd be some cards held up with your time and so on. We're not doing any of that.
Okay.
We ask you to simply try to keep your answers succinct to 2 to 3 minutes. But we understand some things are going to be quick answers and some you might need a little more time for. So we're going to be kind of loose on that.
Okay.
If it goes on too long, I might kind of ask you to pick it up. But so far we're doing just fine. So it's possible that some of the other commissioners, we have a set of questions, they may have their own, and they'll jump in on that. So,
Okay.
Good?
Sounds good.
All right, if that's the case, then everybody's ready. We'll get started. We appreciate your time and your energy getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes to introduce yourself and tell us about yourself personally and professionally.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Boggs, Frank, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So a little bit about myself. My name is Kyle, Saginaw County, so not too far away. I originally from Maple Grove Township, so just across the county line, graduated New Lothrop High School. Actually, my dad's family is from New Lothrop. Been serving on the Saginaw County Board of Commissioners now in my 6th and final year before I decided that I was not going to run for a 4th term. And kind of funny enough, real quick, when I was running, I always had a Chesneen address. But when people would always ask me, "Are you the Harris or the Chesneen New Lothrop family, Chesneen Harris family, or the New Lothrop Harris family?" And I'm always like, "Well, I had a Chesneen address. I'm a Chesneen Harris." They really meant as I'm a New Lothrop Harris family. It took me a little bit to get that, and then it just had to be, well, which one do you like?
Yeah. You must have lived in Saginaw County though to be a commissioner, because
Yes, sir.
Shiawassee, so.
Yep. No, Maple Grove Township on the northwest corner.
Oh, okay.
But just inside the New Lothrop School District.
Okay.
So, with that, I went to work for the state after I got my bachelor's degree. Been working for the state legislature now for about 10 years. Left for about 2.5 and went to the U.S. tart cherry industry, representing Michigan, Utah, Wisconsin cherry growers. Did lobbying as well as grower relations. Pesticide issues, anything like that, international laws. And then went to CMU, got my Master's of Public Administration, and here I am. I think that sums it up in 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Shiawassee County, other than live here, and prepare for this interview?
So I tried a handful of things. I think people probably, like some of the other candidates, watched the YouTube channel, tried to familiarize myself with some of the issues going on, as well as read through your meeting minutes, agendas, went through your budget, finance reports. But then I also, because I'm close enough, decided to stop into a few township meetings. So I stopped into Bennington Township, Owasso Township, Caledonia Township, and then I believe the village of Morris. Just try to get around and get a kind of a different perspective from what the locals had to say. And a few of them did bring up county issues and their relationship with the county. So just trying to really, like I said, get in depth with what you guys had available online, as well as take the extra step. Like I said, go to some of the local meetings, and then just, it's not really that far of a jump for me to go. I do a lot of business in Owasso anyways. So just again, next time I'm at BJ's having breakfast with my father, ask the waitress, hey, what do you think about the county? Do you like it here? Is it worthwhile? So.
Thank you.
What? Do you know somebody there?
No. Nothing.
Okay. We've been, Kyle, we've been here a long time.
I get that.
That's all that's happening over in the right-hand corner, so don't even take it that way.
Each interview has gotten less formal.
That's okay.
All right, here, just read these yourself.
Sure, okay.
Please share a time in the past year that you went above and beyond to provide executive management in your current position. Or if you need to go back to the previous one, let's say.
Sure. You know, I'm gonna just refer back to my time on the county board, and I don't want to say that I stood out as a lone commissioner to do anything, but I think working with my colleagues, trying to solve various issues. So, kind of for one instance, you know, related to ARPA funds, a handful of our fire departments wanted money, and even though they don't qualify directly under the ARPA, they got kicked to the side. Well, Saginaw County was eligible to take a little over $10 million for its revenue loss replacement. So working with some of my colleagues, you know, working to get some of that funding for, I think, 6 different local fire departments, which in my mind is better used than letting the county have its hands on it.
Thank you. How would you describe your management style?
I don't like micromanaging. I believe as long as the workforce can accomplish what they are supposed to, but at the same time, I do believe that the managers, or any manager, should be well informed as to what their employees are up to. Maybe not necessarily the day-to-day, again, because I don't believe in micromanaging, but I believe as long as individuals get their work done in a proficient manner, that's kind of where I lean to.
I guess a follow-up to that for me should have actually been, before the question, would have been, what opportunities have you had to manage people?
So going back further, I mean, even prior to my time on the board, because you know, I'm just one of 11, we still have our administrator, so kind of managing from a distance. But having ran several campaigns, I had a slew of volunteers underneath me, paid staff that would take direction. Even in the legislature, I coordinated the interns. I've never had a opportunity to have 400 or 500 employees under me as a direct subordinate, but I have had some opportunities with smaller numbers of individuals underneath me.
Thank you. Could you please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen concern using excellent personal skills?
So I will default back to my trying to get the money for fire departments. I had both two different fire departments, Tri-Township, which covers 3 townships, as well as Chesney and Brady, both in need of new turnout gear and airbags. And working with them, as well as working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, was able to get them just something like shy of $300,000 for 2 fire departments in my district alone, as well as, like I said, I believe there was 4 other fire departments, but they had asked for significantly less.
As we review your resume, we note several excellent accomplishments. Could you please describe 2 relevant professional accomplishments? 2 that would be relevant to this job.
I think, I mean, again, I hate to knock up the same tree here, but, you know, again, with the money for the fire departments, but as well as getting in our ARPA funds about $370,000 earmarked for the village of Chesneen for the Shiawassee River, trying to get canoes, the canoe ramps. Shiawassee is one of the national river trails, and so as Saginaw County Parks and Rec invests money into the kayak launches, Chesneen had put in a request, and it took a little bit because it wasn't all high priority for anybody else. I don't think half of my board knows where Chesneen is. But so to get them that kind of money, I found it to be an accomplishment myself.
Keep an eye on making sure nobody else wants to jump in here. Financial stewardship is critical to our county operations. have you had the opportunity to review our annual budget and audits? If so, did anything stand out to you after your review?
Yes, I had the opportunity to review your budgets as well as some audits. One thing that stands out to me is your budget being about 19.8 million for general fund and a total of almost 80 million, which is a little bit different. We're used to Saginaw County where it's about 60 million for general fund and 200 million overall. So for one, I just keep always getting a little bit flabbergasted. Wow, how can you guys actually work within your means? I understand it's a little bit different demographics, but I do see that you're putting money away. I believe the 2022 budget was your second year. You didn't have to bring money in out of fund balance or borrow to make your budgets whole. Yes, I see that there are a couple of issues such as your payroll that's maybe getting a little bit up there, but I think that from what I could tell, this board is addressing it, they acknowledge it, and working towards solutions.
Which solutions did you see that we were working toward?
Well, I see that you guys are looking at doing your compensation study, whether that's really, I want to choose my words carefully here, helps with the kind of the salaries getting up there. I don't know, but at least I appreciate the board is looking at it. I know for Saginaw County, we just finished our compensation study a year or two ago, and it cost us a lot of money. It cost us over $2 million to bring salaries up to where they should be. Now we have the countywide elected officials arguing that some of their subordinates make more than them and they want pay raises, and it's just a rabbit hole. But I at least appreciate that you guys are taking action, you're having the discussion. I would like to say that if it was an easy cut and dry solution, you would have already enacted it, but at least you guys are having the discussions and I can appreciate that.
Just had the discussions 4 years ago. We did a wage study a couple years ago.
Every roughly 4 to 5 years, correct?
Yeah.
And that's good, I think, if
Are
you
you
need it.
referring to maybe if you looked at our minutes, because we just voted to update the wage study, maybe that's what
he's talking about.
Yeah, I know you just updated, but if I believe in one of the videos, Dr. Boggs was talking about how you try to do them every 4 to 5 years. Whether you actually do it, I guess I didn't see that, but.
Wage study comes with a lot of expectations about the outcomes of the wage study, as you've already outlined.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll fight about it right now.
Let's do it. You don't even know where I'm at on this one, do you?
No, I know. Let's make that clear.
We have a complicated budget with multiple elected officials, department heads, and branches of government. I'm sure you're aware of that. Could you please describe your budgeting style?
I think obviously you need to work with the individual department heads, elected officials, have to see what they deem necessary, what they need to operate versus some of the things they want. And I think, bringing those folks into the loop, but as well as managing the expectations, I don't want to say managing the expectations of the board, but obviously taking in your considerations, because if hired, I would be working for you in trying to bring that budget, those expectations on both sides together. I know from my experience, tensions can get a little high during budget season, and maybe you don't make as many friends with some of the county folks, but sometimes it's a necessary evil to have to say this is what you can and can't have. I don't know about your case, but in our case, it's always the courts arguing for they need more money because the vague statute that says, they need at least enough to run efficiently, and no one can ever define what that really means. So in my mind, that's kind of how I would budget, is working with both sides again. taking that initiative, working with the department heads, but as well working with the board to see and hopefully put money in the bank and not go over and borrow. I hate spending. I'll throw that out there. I voted against 5 of 6 county budgets, and the first one I voted for was because I was naive and didn't know better.
You have to approve the budget next month.
This board does.
Not me.
I think that was my point.
It would be odd to have our county coordinator vote against our budget.
Clear.
Oh, goodness.
Could you please explain your experience with human resources management, including benefits coordination, healthcare, and retirement systems?
From afar, with the county, we did address employee health care. We've addressed retiree health care. That took some time, few nasty emails, but I believe at the end of the day, the retirees understood that we had $100 and some million deficit that had to be corrected, and it was either reduce some of their benefits or risk losing your retiree health care altogether.
What is your funding on your retirement?
I couldn't tell you right
You know what
off.
the percent is?
No, I know Saginaw County is supposedly in the top 25% for being funded.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't been one of those sexy topics where I stay on. I don't sit on that subcommittee, but again, I just kind of see it from that full board perspective where you just kind of helping usher.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine, that's fine. But working again with retiree healthcare, current employee healthcare, we had switched over here to Aetna a couple years ago. That turned out to be a sad story for our employees. After a year, they were still having claims that weren't being paid, things of that nature. So then again, we had to start the process of finding another healthcare provider. It kind of more direct hands-on, again, going back out of my time with county, in the legislature and managing, the interns, working with getting them onboarded, doing their exit interviews later to get them out of the office, working with various campaigns, onboarding staff, working with HR firms to keep payroll going, submitting hours, things of that nature. It's probably not nearly to the degree what you do here at the county, but I would like to think it does lend itself somewhat to the matter.
What tools or techniques do you use, or will you use, to ensure the Board of Commissioners is always kept apprised of issues that arise within the county?
Tools or techniques? That's a good question there. It's going to make you think. Other than the obvious email and phone calls, I think whatever it takes to make sure that commissioners, I think it's just really maintaining an open line of communication. Something should come up, I'm not going to wait till the day of, and I think in large part we've progressed beyond the point of snail mail. I appreciate when I get an email saying, hey, this is going to be an issue that you might run across, and I think that would be me doing my due diligence is to whatever timely matter, if you have county emails, and making sure that I get that to that, and if it needs to require a phone call, then so be it.
Well, you've been on our side, and are on our side in your county. What do you think is the most important of the communications, parts of the communication to come from your county coordinator, whoever your chief executive is, whatever you call him, and perhaps what frustrations have you had as a county commissioner that you want to make sure we don't have?
Can we shut the cameras off for the second half of that?
I don't think so.
My biggest concern with Saginaw County from my perspective is I feel like most of the information that comes from our administrators, board offices, all that is more heavily sanitized than it should be. If you don't do your due diligence and really delve into the subjects yourself and know where to look and who to question, I feel like you're going to get this much of the picture when there's really this much going on. I've questioned it at times, get whatever answers, and really I just learned to not trust anybody but myself and have to do homework. So in my mind, I would be one of those, again, I wouldn't have a vote on this board. It's just me doing my due diligence to let you folks know everything from A to B to Z in the conversation, and you guys ultimately make the decision, take the votes, whatever. I guess it really depends on what the situation is. But that's my biggest issue as a commissioner, is I don't feel like I always get the full picture. And if I don't, like I said, do my due diligence, I may not get it until after a vote's already been taken. And I'm sorry, what was the first half of that one? I took the easy side. Okay.
I think you nailed it, thank you. Our new county coordinator will need to be a regional voice and foster economic development within our community. Please share with us how you've built lasting relationships with community leaders.
As far as community leaders within Southwest Saginaw County, I've always made a point as a commissioner to attend township meetings, village meetings. I've told them right from the get-go, you won't see me at every board meeting, but you should expect to see me once to twice a year, and here's my phone number and email address for the times in between if you have questions. Now granted, over the last year and a half with COVID, and I kind of became lame duck, and I'm like, well, you guys have my phone number, and those who call me and have the issues, they know how to get a hold of me. But even, for county-wide, Saginaw, Midland, Bay County gets together every year, I think roughly November, December, for a tri-county dinner, talk a little bit about economic development, things of that nature. I partake when schedule allows, but then really to my participation in MAC, I really think that from that perspective allows building relationships, whether it's a county next door or a county halfway across the state. Having sat on the board of directors for the association, I think too brings in a good, I want to say, abilities, connections to work with. And like I said, if you're not doing an economic development project with your next door neighbor, at least you're bringing in ideas that could or may not work for a given county.
All right. What experience do you bring to Shiawassee County in union negotiations, grievances, mediation, and arbitration?
I currently sit on the county's Labor Relations Committee. I have sat on that now for 6 years. We, as a committee, will work with our civil attorneys to discuss union contracts. We have 16 collective bargaining units. We'll have our closed door sessions, talk about what the unions are demanding, what we're willing to give, what we're not willing to give. And really, if it does go to mediation or anything, the attorneys take care of it from there. But kind of being on that committee, the first line of being able to direct the negotiators on our behalf, which way we would like to see them, kind of the way the county would like to see them go, if that makes sense.
Have you gotten an opportunity to actually sit in on any negotiations?
No, we saved that for the civil attorneys and the administrator. I've never asked if I'm invited to go, but no, I've never sat in on one.
Okay.
I've never been invited to sit in either, so.
That's the union's request.
Oh.
I think it would be interesting.
She knows I'm just giving her
I
a
know,
hard
but
time.
it's Still pretty funny.
If I wasn't, she'd think I was upset.
That's right. But you're not.
All right, like I said, it's getting late in the
That's
day.
okay.
I'm getting a little punchy.
That is okay.
Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you hoped for, and what did you learn from the process?
So going back to my time with the cherry industry, the Environmental Protection Agency did some kind of a sleight of hand maneuvers and prohibited a pesticide that is largely used in our industry. Without getting too much into detail, you have borers that can get into the trunk of a tree and kill them. This particular pesticide is the only active ingredient that our growers have to protect their trees. So working with multiple groups from across the country, we worked to lobby the EPA to reverse their decisions, pointed out kind of the error in their ways from our perspective, and after about a year's worth of time, we failed. We didn't get it, and it ended up resulting in a lawsuit, which to this day I have not heard whether that has been resolved yet. So in my mind, we didn't want to have to sue the federal government, but we feel that they changed kind of the rules and procedures to pull away a valuable tool for farmers, and when that failed, we were left with no choice but to file a lawsuit. Ideally, it would have been nice that after years worth of conversations, we could have got the situation resolved, and we were even willing to work with the registrants to say, you know, okay, this is what we can currently use these chemicals for, but what if we can use them for this? This will still achieve our objective, but also reduce the uses of these products. And they weren't willing to listen to us.
Hey, thank you. Fast forward to December, a year from now, 2023. It's time for Board of Commissioners to evaluate your first year as our coordinator. Would you please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year in office?
So, I think for me to come in here and tell you what I want to get accomplished in the next 12 months is a little pretentious. I don't know the inner workings of Shiawassee County. I only know what I can see and some of the research I have done. So I will say that over the next 12 months, what I would like to accomplish is that I've worked on meeting your various elected officials, your department heads, and built a good relationship with them, built a good relationship with the individual commissioners, gained the trust from all involved, and hopefully instilled a good line of communication so that way in the following 12 months, 10 years, whatever that may be, we can actually get some good policy done addressing some of the problems. Not to say that we can't work on that in the first 12 months, but like I said, I mean, until I really learn your inner workings, it would be a bit premature to come in here and tell you what I think we should be accomplishing or what I would hope to accomplish. Maybe you've already tried something that I think, you know, and at that point, it would just be wasting everybody's time for me to sit here and tell you, hey, I have these grand ideas.
Thank you. All right, we are about ready to wrap things up. Could you take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us why you're the right fit for the ideal candidate to lead Shiawassee County?
Well, and I seen your other candidates, but I believe that, again, with my county experience, both as the elected official participating in MAC, I've done that for now 6 years, and like I sat on the board of directors for about 4.5. Being more local, I don't know where your other candidates are from exactly, but again, it was only a 25-minute drive here. Again, doing business somewhat frequently in Owasso, Corunna, having family in part of the county. I feel like it's, so to some degree, I mean, I still look at least northern Shiawassee as still part of home. And I think, you know, working to protect that. watching out for its assets and not just looking at it as a job that I get to leave the county at the end of the day. Because why I may be driving just across the border, again, it's still a regional thing. The health of Shiawassee County still supports the health of Saginaw County. And again, your economy is still my economy, really. So I really believe that, part of that is I'm going to treat Shiawassee as I treat Saginaw County, and watching out for the tax dollar, watching out for the citizens. And I believe that I have enough experience and education to assist in that.
Before I ask the last question, Commissioners, is there anything anybody wants to ask? Any follow-ups, new stuff? We do this to have a little bit of time.
I had just one sort of question, sort of comment. Out of all our candidates, Kyle, you are the only one that I had met previous to the interviews because you attended the board meeting for Bennington Township. I did think that was a unique way to get to know the county, and I would not have thought of that myself. So one of the things that I learned on my years in township government is that there is a real breakdown of trust sometimes and cooperation between township and county government. Is that something that you would continue or work on?
No, I absolutely believe it needs to be worked on. I mean, I can't say how every township here in Shiawassee County views the government, but my experience, most of my townships have a real hard time with county government, particularly road commission, but that's a different story. But no, I always try to be an advocate for my constituents and believe that they deserve the full weight of the county helping them when and where possible. So no, I believe if that's an issue, then yeah, absolutely happy to work on it and do whatever we can to repair any mistrust there may be.
Thank you.
I actually had a follow-up on something you said that just took a little while to sink in. As you work as a county commissioner, you voted against 5 out of 6 budgets.
Yes, sir.
Why?
I think in each one, there was certain amounts of waste that I just could not swallow. And one good, for instance, was a couple of years back, the judges threw a fit about one of our county policies. And I don't remember what the policy is now, but they threatened to sue the county and have the state court administrator come in and tell us why they should not have to follow because they're a separate entity, they belong to the state, therefore they don't have to follow county policy, blah, blah, blah. But when it came time to the budgets and we struck their health care, saying if you're a state employee, go get state insurance, they threw a fit. And the Board of Commissioners put the $100,000 back. Now, $100,000 is a drop in the bucket for our overall budget, but it was to make a point. That's $100,000 we could have put somewhere else to somebody else who may have appreciated it. We could have put that to our mobile bus when we shut our outlying health clinics down and purchased a bus to get around to the rural areas. That could have been something that helped there. And it's just little things like that. My time on the board, I think when I first got elected, our budget was roughly 155, 160 million, and now in 6 years, it's over 200 million. To me, and I know there's inflation, and as constituents approve millages and things, that kind of builds up the budget. But over 6 years, a growth of roughly $50 million is getting a little excessive if you really look into it and see where things are, where they're going or where they're not going.
Thank you. Glad I asked that one.
Yeah. I feel like, unfortunately, some of these folks, they don't realize that they're taxpayers too, and it's their money they're spending. They just see it collectively as somebody else's money. I try to remember, one night after elections, my taxes went up $50-some with the passage of several millages. I don't like paying that. And I know darn well that a lot of my constituents don't like paying it either.
Doesn't like
Do you have any questions for the Board of Commissioners?
Actually, I do. I do have a couple questions if we have time. So, for most of this conversation, you've asked me about what I wanted to do, where I wanted to kind of lead this county over the next several months, years, but I would really like to understand better from your perspective, what are you looking for in an administrator? What are your goals? I mean, I know kind of over the years, some counties tend to put more weight into their administrators and let them run, I don't want to say free reign, but let them maybe do more. And then on the other hand, you have some counties who want to be more in charge. And I guess I would like to just know where Shiawassee County stands and what your expectations are.
Would like to start on that one.
Oh, I will.
I'd like to be in charge. So.
We like to be informed. The worst nightmare the commissioner has, it isn't what he knew, it's what he didn't know. He was burned on it. I didn't get, like you were talking about, you got this big picture, and the picture was this big. That's the worst nightmare as a commissioner I've had. This has not been the case the last several years now. We've been pretty well versed in activities. Once in a while we're all surprised about, oh gosh, that happened. But moving in the right direction, keep moving, working with our department heads and our other elected officials, the 4-year elected officials and everything. That's pretty important to us, and if you got a problem, please bring it, because we aren't going to condemn you for it. Maybe you got a problem, we need to solve it. Yeah. And so this board has been mature enough, for the most part, to always look at it that way. So that was my perspective. My perspective too, because our county administrator works for the board of commissioners. You alluded, I worked under a few county coordinators, and they have different styles. And I prefer the style we have now.
Yeah.
So, working closely with the board and working closely with our elected employees and so on and so forth.
Gary, please.
I've worked with the last 4 coordinators, and Brian Boggs has been far the best coordinator we've had, and it's going to be hard to beat him. So I hope we get somebody that can fill his shoes. I hate to see him go.
Well, it sounds like if I should be the lucky candidate, Dr. Boggs and I need to sit down for coffee a few times and
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
so.
discuss some things beforehand.
He's great, so I hate to see him go.
Mr. Chair, I'll say that as a commissioner, I think that having a county coordinator and coming here, you will be innovative, and you should not hold that back. Sometimes you'll be rejected on some ideas, but that's one thing Dr. Boggs has been doing very well, is he thinks outside the box and has got us out of some real ringers from time to time. You'll find, as you have said with other candidates, that our financial situation is not really the best. And digging deep, finding ways to get out of some of those situations with creative ideas is going to be the greatest asset that this board could have, without a doubt. More than your managerial skills, managing employees, thinking how to get us money, maybe even economic development, partnerships with other municipalities, even if it's not in this county, maybe it's SCDP or economic growth or anything like that is going to be your greatest asset in this county. If you could pay for yourself, that's the least we could ask for. That's the most we could ask for.
Sure.
Commissioner Garber, did you have something?
Well, I think I'd like to say, one of the things that we thought would be a challenge is getting candidates for the salary we're offering, quite honestly. We know that we might not get a person experienced in every one of these areas that we've talked about during the interview. So what I would like to see in our next county coordinator is a willingness to learn, to work with us, and any gaps there are in previous experience, working towards those here.
Sure, no, that makes perfect sense. If I may, I know it's kind of like 101, don't talk about the strengths of your weaknesses, but, you know, having looked up the other 3 candidates and kind of getting a general idea, you know, I wholeheartedly admit that I don't have direct experience with all aspects, but I do believe that I am willing to learn. I do have enough hands-on experience in some of the right areas, but no, I think we should always learn. The idea that, you know, this is the way we've always done it is a bad notion, especially in the public sector. I mean, even for next week, I'm going to be taking a course up at SVSU, again, to kind of bolster some of my finance background. And I forget now, but it's something like finance for the non-financial majors or something of that nature. I'm not going to turn down opportunities as long as it fits into my schedule to learn, whether it's from a learning institution or it's from you folks, because I could have a lot to learn from each and every one of you.
That is true.
Are we all set? Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you being here today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, what's our next?
Have a safe trip home.
Pardon me?
We'll have to have a comment on something for the region.
Right, I was just looking in that direction. Let me find my agenda. Watch the-
Yeah, okay. No, I see.
Public comment, make sure we get public comment.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
Agenda.
I appreciate it.
Brandon.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Watch this.
Yep, nope.
Yeah, that's our,
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Hey, thank you. It's how you keep people away from the bench,
Right,
right?
you're safe now.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Eric said to not forget public comment.
no, somebody else, no, that was Brandon that said that.
Oh,
That was clear.
Oh, I thought we were going home.
No, we're not going home.
Pretty much.
Absolutely not.
Hold on, folks. Of course, we're going to do public comment, but I don't want to move on to public comment until we are done with this agenda item and we did our,
okay.
we did our interviews. Now, at what point are we going to deliberate and talk about the next step? I don't see a specific agenda item, so I'm assuming it's part of this agenda item. All right, so kind of free form here, folks. Any strong thoughts? And what do we want to do next? Do we want to sleep on it? Do we want to bring candidates back for a second interview? Do we want to decide tonight? Do we want to do no one and see if we can make Dr. Bogg stay?
Well, I've already called for breakfast in the morning.
Well, I hope you enjoy that. Greg, would you be open to maybe trying to come up with a consensus of our top 2?
I was thinking that as a possibility.
You guys want to walk out of here with a candidate?
I
That's a bit ambitious.
I don't think I'm ready without a good deal of discussion to say who might. I want to hear what people think. I know what kind of I think, but I want to hear what you all think about this. And
Mr. Chairman?
yes,
Yeah, just one word of advice that is really important when you go through this. It's when you go through and list your top 2, be careful not to, and it always happens, if somebody says, well, I like Steve, but if you want to bring Julie back, go ahead, I like Steve. Because they can, if you do bring back 2, they're going to watch what you say on YouTube.
which they?
The candidates will all watch what you say.
I would
And
hope so.
Yeah. and
Of
so-
course, I assume so. We're in public
Yeah.
here. The news is here.
Yeah, my point is that if you, as the board members, if you tend to go in direction of who you like, if you rank them, and it happens, and you go around the table, I really like so-and-so first. If you do that, and they watch that, you won't get 2 to come back if there's a clear choice. All I'm saying is if you go with 2, you might want to rank them when you go around the table.
Still not sure what you're suggesting.
He's saying if you do a ranking, boom, 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 and the goal of that is to limit it, is to get it down to 2.
You're
You may be down to 1.
Because
when they see the
Are
video.
you saying we shouldn't try to?
No, 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 what his point is that if you do this exercise and it emerges that one person is a very clear consensus, you may not be able to get the second person to, that's all he's, I think.
I doubt that's gonna happen, but I think it'd be.
Well, I don't know, that's why he said it before you started deliberating.
I'm not sure how to avoid that if there maybe is one.
My point is, when you go around, let's say you ask first, and they like
number one.
Gary and Brad, they want to
There you
bring Gary and Brad back. That's all you say. What happens, I'm telling you, you go around, and then if you don't finally say this, they're gonna say, well, I really liked Gary really a lot, but if anybody wants to bring Brad back, go ahead, but I really like Gary. They watch that, and if you want to end up bringing two back, just don't rank them, just talk about your top two without a first and second.
If there's any indication that one is preferred, the second choice would not come back.
Right, but
I'm
if-
trying to find out, I understand the thing in theory. I, for one, would like to hear what my fellow commissioners think of our candidates. What we see as their strengths, what we see as possibly their weaknesses.
There's no way around it.
I have my opinions, but I'm certainly persuadable, to be very honest with you personally. I don't have a top candidate right now. So I'm kinda hoping that some of the discussion we would have now would persuade me, and maybe we could come up with a consensus for two. Now, we don't have to do that. What does everybody else think? What do we want to do here?
We gotta narrow it someday.
Right.
Right,
I think you're gonna have to pick tonight.
Do I get it? Pardon me?
I think we have to pick tonight.
Yeah.
I think we can talk about it, but if we talk about it with the understanding we're gonna pick, that'll lead us in a different direction than if we.
You think we should just pick tonight?
I think we either need to decide, are we gonna pick tonight, or are we
Yeah.
going to narrow it down?
Right, that's what the first is. I want to know, do you want to pick tonight, or do you want to narrow it down?
I would pick.
This is just holding.
We can't let it go for another month or two.
I would.
No, we could let it go for.
No, hold on, we have our regular meetings next week.
Right.
No.
Two weeks.
2 weeks, I'm sorry, 2 weeks.
It's a different meeting than here.
That's what I've been saying, next week, but it's 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks.
Okay, my mistake, it's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
That's the difference.
one at a time, thoughts?
I'd still like to narrow it down if possible. And if there is a clear consensus for one person, then that makes it easy, but I don't see that happening personally.
Should we discuss our thoughts on the candidates? And then maybe that'll give us a feeling whether we need to know. How about if we start with that? I don't know any way to discuss it without the candidates knowing what we think of the candidates.
Agreed.
That's the nature of our.
Unless we do it privately, which we're not supposed to
We
do, so.
are not going to do that.
Right, so, I mean,
So-
there's no way around it.
With that in mind, who would like to start with some
I-
general thoughts on candidates? You don't even have to talk about all of them, you can talk about the other, perhaps one you think, well, or you might say, whatever. Please go
Actually,
ahead.
think I would, if this is possible, I kind of would like to hear what the audience is gonna say about it.
Well then,
No.
public
No.
comment
You're gonna know
is
we've
after
picked,
this.
and I don't like that.
Yes.
Alright, that makes sense. I just wanna know what they think.
We'll
I
find
wanna know what
out.
everybody thinks. Kinda like you.
Well,
It's gonna be tough.
at the moment, I'd like to know what you think, or anyone
I'll
else.
tell you what I
I'll be
think.
right back.
I think we just gotta go around and say who you think.
Why don't you start us off there,
Yeah.
Commissioner?
I like the second guy, Ryan. He didn't talk quite loud enough for me, but he just seems like a good fit. He seems like a real young guy who's going to be here for a long time.
The city manager in
Marlette.
Marla, yeah. And he's got a 9-year-old. He says he's going to move here, and if he's going to move here, he's going to stay here. So it's not somebody that's going to be here for a year or two and jump around and find someplace else. I just don't think that. He just seems like that type of person. And also, I like the last person, but I like number 15, the Ryan. That would be just my choice. I guess I'm from old school. He just seems like a down-to-earth person. He's had a lot of experience in the city with all kinds of budgeting. I've worked with a lot of people and everything else. He just seems like a down-to-earth person. So, just like Mr. Boggs. So.
Commissioner Howard.
We could call you Box too.
Commissioner Howard, do you want to give us your thoughts?
I liked, Mr. Stacy, Rudness, and Harris.
The first,
The 1, 2, and 4.
did you want to tell us why?
Yeah, I thought one, Mr. Stacy had, he gave the longest, most detailed answers, I thought. He had an answer for almost every question, and had a variety of experience, not only working with Clinton County as a commissioner, but also on the state level, which is, the next level up of government from us, and how to get funding from them, and I think that's important. Ryan kind of came from, Mr. Rudness came the other way from the city level, and working on, a smaller group setting, smaller staff, and worked, he also got funding from the state, but coming up the other way. So it's almost like they convened in the middle, and then Kyle had some non-government experience with the cherry growers, but it's also tangentially government by lobbying to the federal level. In addition to his county commissioner experience. Sounded like maybe he might have had a harder time in Shiawassee County than the others, but that's okay. I thought they each brought a unique viewpoint that I do not have.
Okay.
I like the last one too, so.
The first candidate and the last one.
I liked 1, 2, and 3, 4.
Can't
Mr.
have you
Stacy,
going down
Rudness,
to
and
one.
Harris. I
Commissioner
understand.
Garber, any thoughts?
Yes. So I have ranked them, Kyle number 1, Ryan number 2, Adam number 3, Stephanie number 4.
Well, then I'm making sure I know. So our fourth candidate, who we put first? Our
Second candidate, Ryan, I put second. Adam, our first candidate, third. Stephanie,
Got it.
fourth.
Do you
So,
wanna tell us why?
yes, I do. So Kyle, I think he did lack some practical experience, although 16 bargaining units, I think he had a fair amount of knowledge there. I like what he said about the courts. I wanted to do an amen on that. He was the only candidate that mentioned our wage study. And I did honestly, I liked his perspective on township government because that's kind of my thing. Ryan, I thought, I really liked him. I'll agree with Gary. I thought he was, might be a really good fit. My concern there, I feel like maybe discipline, would not be his strong point. I felt like maybe he was just a little too nice. I did really like that he pitched in to help his staff. A lot of things I did like about Ryan. Adam, while I thought he was talked the most, I felt like he did not directly answer the questions, but I do think he had some definite good experience. Stephanie, I feel like didn't really answer the questions at all. When we talked about relevant professional accomplishments, her example was updating the judge's bench in the courtroom. I didn't find that very relevant. And when I did look up on the state's website, their last audit was late. It was approved on October 24th, and they did file for 2 extensions. So that concerns me. That's all I have.
It's really helpful if you stay away from negative stuff.
John, thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts, I liked them all. Thanks, Frank. You brought us some really good candidates. I thought some could really step into the job and have a lot of knowledge right at the moment, and then a couple that could really step in and learn the job pretty well, with a lot of experience. I kind of agree with Gary a little bit about Ryan. I thought he had a real good background having to work with workers, be the boss of the workers, work with governments, work with village, city council. I thought Adam Stacy really has his numbers down. He's had a lot of experience. He knows how it all moves. I thought that was very good. And then Kyle Harris, the last applicant, got a real good background. Obviously, he can learn real fast, and again, he was pretty good. And the lady from Stephanie Fox from Ionia, she has a lot of background and so on and so forth. My first pick would be Ryan, and then in second place would be two people. I would pick Adam Stacy and then Kyle Harris in second.
Okay. Brandon?
Yeah. You know, regarding Stephanie Fox, I know we mentioned that she was late on that audit. I wonder if she did mention in her interview that she was worried about staffing levels in her office, and I wonder if that would have been one of the reasons that might have come up. That said, my top candidate was Kyle Harris, and my second was Adam Stacy.
Okay.
Your
Myself?
first one was what?
Would you say-
Kyle Harris.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure I heard it right, so.
Wow, we're getting quite a spread here.
I might add, frankly, I think any one of these individuals possibly could really do the good job. It's going to be, I think that's the difficulty. And I really think that's the difficulty. That's what we have to decide. Who's going to come to Shiawassee County and work out the best?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's going to stay for a while, too.
I have good things, I have some good things to say about all of the candidates. On paper, Ms. Fox is the most qualified candidate with her experience, but we all experienced, to be blunt, which was I thought, a very poor interview. And that definitely gave me pause, some questions. I wasn't satisfied with how they were answered. I get a feeling there's a consensus here. I very much liked Ryan, our city manager. I am concerned about him making a jump from a city with 1,800 people where he goes and has to take over a job. It's so small that he has to take over a job when somebody goes on vacation. That is a huge leap. But on the other hand, at least he has that kind of experience. Our two candidates were legislative aides, Adam and Kyle, thank you. Adam and Kyle, especially Adam, has been on a county commission for 14 years, Kyle for 6 years. Excellent, that's excellent qualification to move in, but they are legislative aides. Adam being obviously a numbers guy, a numbers wonk. He just coming in and giving us a card. He's already looked at all the stuff, answers on the budget and the audit. I liked that, but I have to. I have some concerns about whether he'll be extremely strong in that area and perhaps not as strong in some areas that are very important for a county coordinator. Again, we're not going to get the perfect position. I really liked our final candidate, but I don't think his experience yet is up to what we need. So, but if I had to rank the candidates, I would have to say our city manager, Ryan, I would put as our first, and probably Adam as the second one. I think that's how I'd rank our top two. Dr. Boggs, do you have any thoughts?
It's not appropriate for me to comment.
Oh, all right. I wasn't sure about that.
One thing about Adam, He sounds, to me, the other guys that did all the number stuff and all he seems like he worked with the people, so he can kind of work with each individual. He's more low key, and I think that's what we need, somebody that they know how to run the government. I'm in Lansing, I know everything goes on, and the government, I know everything, so.
You're talking about Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, not that
Yeah.
that's bad, but I'm from the old school. I mean, just like Mr. Boggs, he just come from Durand. I mean, he didn't go out of the state and all that, and he done great, so I'm just using that for example.
Yeah, I agree.
Not that you come from the, just like you come from Durand. I mean, what's the difference?
We talk about a non-consensus, folks. We have,
Yeah, I'm just saying that, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you have eliminated one.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So-
we do seem to have eliminated one. We have Ryan, just look at the top, whoever got votes in the top two. We have Ryan, our city manager, everybody had him in our, yes, everybody had him in our top, no, not everybody. Brandon did not have him in our top two.
And I didn't rank mine.
He's got 4 in the top 2. We have,
Ryan was my second.
yes, I know.
Oh,
I
okay.
say in the top 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 4 people putting him in the top 2. We have Adam. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people with Adam in the top 2, and we have let's see, we have 3 people who have Kyle in the top 2.
Should've been 4, Mr. Chair, I thought.
Me,
1,
you.
2.
Brad.
I
I-
didn't rank
Brad-
mine.
Larry in the top 2.
Well, Brad didn't rank his, so
Okay. Well, then
I'm
that's-
not sure.
Yeah, I didn't rank mine.
Oh, you did not.
He said,
rank
he
yours.
said he had 3 candidates.
All right, I
That you
talked
like.
about the.
Oh,
Yeah.
then I have to put that in the top 2 as well. Maybe maybe I can ask you to rank down. You said you're fine with 3 of the 4
Yeah.
candidates.
Mhm.
Can I put an arm on you to give me a ranking?
Mr. Stacy, Mr. Rudznick, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, that's what it said.
So that is what, 1, 2,
One,
and
two,
then
and 4.
1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 4. So we have, we have Mr. Budnick in.
That should tie it up just perfectly even, I think.
You put Mr. Harris where?
Third.
Third, sure.
3rd, yes.
I thought they were all great though.
I like them all.
I don't think we're gonna go wrong with any of those 3 candidates, honestly.
For the top 2, though, we have the most votes for our city manager, Mr. Rudnick, and for Adam Stacy, with a very close 3rd.
Mr. Chair, would it be more appropriate if we all ranked 1 through 4, and then a first place would be 4 point, and just.
I don't
put it
think
out?
we need to go 1 through 4. We have clearly
1
eliminated
through
1
3,
candidate.
Let me add this to it. I thought about this. We've all ranked, 1, 2, 3, 4. What I took the 4 candidates, 1 through 4, and I put down experience. And a lot of them have experience, but I mean, who had the most experience? So let me just put this out. I had Stacy like at 8.1, Ryan at 7.9, Stephanie Fox at 8.1, and Kyle Harris at 7. But then the intangibles. What's gonna work for Shiawassee County? Who's got the most ability to work with people? Gonna work good in transition here and everything. And then I did the ranking. And again, Adam Stacy, he was 8.1. He got another 8.1. Ryan Rudges, right, how do you pronounce that, Rudges, he was 7.9, but he got a 8.2. I think he has real good people skills.
I feel like this is the Olympics, John.
Yeah, I am.
He's working up to a point.
Yeah, I'm working up a point. And Stephanie Fox, with this interview, and I agree with Greg that she got a 7. Okay, so, and then with Kyle Harris, I think he's pretty personable too. I think he would work at getting along. I gave him an 8, from a 7 to an 8. Well, but that still leaves my first 2 that I picked, Adam and Ryan, kind of in the top 2. That's my point. I mean, I'm trying to, you know, now that we've talked about this evening, can we make a decision tonight?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
could I be recognized for a question? Yeah. Would it be appropriate for our consultant to maybe suggest a way to take it to the next level on decisions?
I wish you would.
That's my, just asking
Could
that
I
question.
make one more
That's-
point, Greg, one more
Yes,
thing?
then we'll get back.
This card, says that our pension is 67% funded. That's not true any longer. So,
Probably little older data.
okay, so the interview's today though.
Right.
But what is the
So-
current funding level?
Tracy and I just went over this because Greg Bontrager asked me
Right.
that very question, and I told him 95%. I was mistaken, it's 93.7.
His
gee,
number was pre-bonding.
Pre-bonding, that's all.
Right, but
That's
who
all.
doesn't know we bonded?
He does.
He does know that we bonded, he talked about it, he doesn't have a fully audited actuary. What year is that from?
I don't, that's what my
Okay,
question.
all right.
Maybe that's our fault. We updated what we're.
It's just what information is available online versus what you have to go to Tracy to get.
Well, I knew off the top of my head that you can only bond for 95%.
He seemed to come in with the most of the, to me, the most factual knowledge about our county.
Other than the
Even if
fact
he
that
had
we're
that
not
one thing,
66.
if he had that one thing wrong, he seemed to me to have that. So I mean,
No big deal,
just a comment.
it's just a pension.
You had a suggestion?
I was just asking if you might ask our consultant what, because you kind of seem to have got narrowed down to from 4 to 3.
Now we got the kind of 2.
Is there? I mean,
Right. Thoughts?
He's not happy.
No.
Well, it's really a hodgepodge right now. I mean, it's really difficult to get to 2, and I hate to see somebody who's an aspiring candidate who has a lot of momentum behind him, and he's off by maybe one vote, not to get it's so tight, and this usually doesn't happen. Usually 1 or 2 rise to the top, but if you have 3 that are that tight, this is a very important decision about who's going to manage your county for the next few years. It doesn't hurt. There's no rules here. You can bring 3 back if you want for a second interview if they're that tight. If there's a clear choice tonight, then I don't know how you get a clear choice out of what you just went through, but I always just leave you with one thought without naming it. But think about you are sending somebody to a significant meeting. Because for me, I always hire the personality, teaching the job. That's always my whole life. That's what I've done. It worked out well. Who do you want to go represent Shiawassee County, fit-wise, personality-wise? Who's that person? Because if they're all that close, who do you want to go represent Shiawassee County on a regional basis? Who would you send out to Lansing if you were seeking grant funding? Who would you want dealing with an angry resident that's really unhappy with the county? Who would be best to do that? It may not be the most experienced person. Who would you want to collate between your register of deeds and your treasurer and your clerk? Who would you want to get them working the best together? Who's that person? And is it the most experienced person? I would just leave you with that.
I agree with Frank. I think it's good advice. Let's bring all 3 back, and I like that quote, hire the personality. teach the
Okay.
job, we can teach that, you can't teach,
Just,
that is a very good point.
Okay. Bring back when, and what are we
That's
gonna learn?
a really good question. That we just wasted 4 hours. Why don't we come up with a candidate and walk out of here, guys?
Yeah.
It's too big
All
of
you
a,
guys wanna do is talk to death about this stuff, and
Yeah.
we're gonna have the same freaking problem.
Yeah.
When you waste 4 more hours of my time away from my family. I know who I want.
well,
Let's
you're not
all
gonna
fight
have to
over it.
work for, you don't have to work with them.
Well, Brandon, the problem is that the candidates that you want,
Well, it'll work for me as a
Didn't-
citizen of
didn't get-
Shiawassee County. And
Our
when you
candidate-
guys screw up, I'll be up here to let you know. I guarantee it.
our
'Cause
candidate,
I'm not dead, I'm
I'll,
just not
I'll
here.
waste more of your time.
Mhm, I know.
I like Ryan.
Ryan.
Or Harris.
Ryan got, 4 out of 5 of us, he was in the top 2. And probably because of that personality thing, although there was some, there was some city experience there. Adam was in 4 out of 5. And Ryan definitely seems to be a lady contender, but it's close. So,
I'll start it here. I'll take the lead candidate, and I'll stick with Ryan. He's my first choice. Even though I like the other three can do the job, but right now, tonight, I like Ryan.
I like Ryan too. He just seems like a low-key person, gonna move here, get along with people. I don't think we need somebody that's been in Lansing for 20 years, knows everything, so. I mean, he might do a good job, so. I'm not trying to, if he's listening, I'm not trying to cut him down or anything, but.
Well, no, and I don't think Clinton County compares to Shiawassee County. I like Clinton County, I go over there every month.
Their budget's twice ours is.
Exactly,
Yes.
so,
They're rolling in dough, so.
right, and I don't know, I don't feel good about making a decision tonight.
Oh, we gotta make it, so.
I don't think we have to tonight.
Well, you don't wanna vote, that's it, we'll get something. Can't sit here for another and discuss the same thing over another couple days and that makes us.
Well, we can do
worse than
anything we
that,
want.
so.
that was actually one of my questions for those
Yeah.
of you who would like to have a second set of interviews. What more would you like to know from these candidates?
So one thing that you could do if you want to do a second interview is give them a scenario. And have Frank give them a scenario ahead of time with a particular problem. Have them come in and present to you the solution to their problem.
And they have to, if you don't mind, if you're gonna have a second interview, a really good thing to do is to give them an issue. Courthouse is gonna close, take the next 10 minutes, standing up, not sitting down, presenting, can they command a room, and make a presentation to you on a certain issue. It's so much different than sitting there and asking questions. You'll have a few questions, but a presentation that they make that they have to prepare and deliver to you is really an important part of a second interview, if you decide to do that.
And that would be much shorter than actual questions, and it would give you a chance to see what their style would be in front of an audience.
And typically only a half hour.
Altogether?
No, each half hour.
I mean, what
or
if,
3?
what if we just, maybe we don't bring them back for a second interview, but we think about it for, I don't know, a couple of days, and we come back and we talk about it again?
We'd have to have another special
Right.
meeting.
I mean, is that, so taking another hour of our time to make a good decision on something that's important? I don't know.
Well, they're
It's
all
not a blind
close,
date,
so,
we gotta-
you know, I think Ryan or Harris, both of them are close, so. At least those are the two I would. I think they're gonna be young, they're gonna be close to the county, they're gonna be more mixed in with everything else, and somebody, that's just my opinion.
Well, it goes back to hire
Yeah.
the personality, teach the job.
Yeah.
And we don't, I mean, we have the best numbers person there is in Tracy, so.
Yeah.
For now, but that is true.
Right,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's not like we're adrift. And like I think we've all said, Dr. Boggs has left us much better than we were before. You know, if we all go back, we had Department of Treasury here doing an onsite, and none of us knew it. So we've come a long way
Yeah,
in
just
communication, in audits, in finances. So we are not.
No question.
We're not gonna get everything we want, but we may not need that. We need the right person, and I just hope we do that.
Why don't you poll, either we come back, or do we have a preference? And the preference, you can discuss some more.
Well,
Well, I know who I don't want, and that's just kind of what I'm afraid of.
well, we all know who we don't want. There's one candidate that just didn't stay.
Well, I have two that I don't want. So,
Me too.
I think your scenario would give you an opportunity for them to come back and present something, and you can think about it and meet next week, in a week on Thursday, and have them go over it. And then between there and the next week, you can make your selection next week, and then between there and the week after, we could have a contract worked out, assuming they accept it to be approved at the Board of Commissioners meeting.
I think we would have to make a decision next week, if we don't make a decision tonight. So, does
You don't wanna
anybody
take
think?
any kind of
Now,
vote?
Brandon said he wants us to make a decision tonight. Is anybody else ready to make a decision tonight?
Yes, I am.
I can tell you, Mr. Board Chair, it's one of the reasons is because I do not have a day next week that is free at all.
And
I just don't. Between the GFAC meeting and doctor's appointments, there's no possible way I'll be able to be here.
All right,
Well, four of us can make the decision,
That
right?
is true. That's a good point.
Or three? No, I guess we gotta have four. I'm just kidding.
well, do remember that person will be working with me, so. I'm being totally serious. You won't be here. They will have to work with me.
Along with the rest of the board and all the employees.
That they do have to do that.
But it's just when we have two
I
votes of people
surprised
that won't be here.
two of our new commissioners wasn't even here to kind of let's see what was going on. But that was just me. So.
That's an interesting point.
Huh?
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, I didn't
We
think
got two
about
new
that.
commissioners and they're sitting home crying. I mean, maybe they're watching us, but.
Yeah, we
Yeah, they're
got,
watching you right now.
we got Mike here.
Oh, that host on him, he's crazy.
They never say that about me.
who's in favor of making a decision tonight? One,
Two.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know it's not public comment,
when is
but,
public comment?
um,
When is public comment? I'm sorry. I can't make exceptions.
right.
One, two, who's in favor of making a decision today?
Either we
Only
make
if
the
it's the
decision
decision.
today or we do the scenario interview. I don't think you can do it any other way. That's my vote.
Gary and Brandon and I wanna do it.
Yeah, because you and Brandon are sticking us with the person we have to
No,
work
no,
with.
I just stop saying that. It's, first of all, it's disrespectful to
Well,
10,000
that's
people that
true.
I represent.
It's
I am not
true.
representing Brandon Marks. I'm representing 10,000 people in my district.
Well, maybe
And I
they
will do
expect
it
you to be
until
here
December
next week.
31st.
Then be
And I'm done
available.
hearing you talk like that about it.
But you sit here and
I'm
say you're not
done.
available.
Make your decision, you get 1 out of 7 votes, that's all you get. And
1
I
out of
also
6.
get 1 out of 7 votes.
There's only
So,
6.
run
so
your
we can
mouth.
tie.
I don't vote.
Ridiculous.
I don't vote for the
Let's get
people in my
going back.
district.
What you do
I
is run
vote
your
for
mouth.
everybody.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
voting for everybody. Because when I'm elected a commissioner, I just don't represent my little clique over there in the corner. I represent everybody.
Understood.
That's why you got elected.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's why I get elected.
We have one candidate who seems to, oh boy.
I don't.
We have Ryan, our city manager, who got 3 votes for their first choice and 2 votes for their second. Seems to be the leading candidate. Are
Mr.
you
Chair,
ready to-
may I get a clarification?
Yes.
When you're doing these counts, are you excluding your position from that?
I am not.
No, he's got as
Okay.
much right as anybody else. He hasn't got more, I hope.
Well, you keep, unless I'm losing my mind,
One
your
or
totals
two.
are 5s. There's 6 of you here.
Yes,
But
he
somebody
didn't,
didn't
he
pick.
didn't get, Brandon didn't choose Ryan as either his first or his second.
Right, but you keep saying out of 5, out of 5, out of 5. There's out of 6.
Excuse me, out of 6.
I'm just-
I
sorry.
apologize for that.
Because you were hearing it too. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to.
We're just trying to keep track in our heads.
I apologize. It's been a long day.
I understand, sir.
We started the various county meetings this morning at 9.
Yes.
So.
Yep.
Let me ask this question. Is it appropriate to make a motion to hire someone this time?
I mean, you can make a motion. I certainly can't stop that, but,
Or, I mean,
somebody could also make a motion to table it. I'd rather have a consensus before we make a motion, but
Yeah.
that would be up to you. Who's, number 2, Ryan seems to be our leading contender at the moment. Who's ready to hire him tonight? If that's our choice? Nobody?
Pardon? What was it
Then we
again?
have,
He didn't hear you.
I said,
I didn't hear.
our leading contender right now, from the counting the votes,
Uh-huh,
seems to be the city manager, Ryan.
yes.
I'm asking if we have the votes to hire him tonight. Straw poll sort of thing. Who's ready to hire tonight? And it seems that's the direction right now we would be going. Because I don't see anyone else on this list that's going to get 4 votes tonight. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing from how I pulled the board. Who's ready for tonight?
I'll make the motion that we hire Ryan Rudsis.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a motion, here's the,
Oh.
putting it into the chair. That's the motion if you
Okay.
do decide to hire somebody, make an offer.
Okay,
That's the motion.
I'll retract my statement. I'm ready tonight. I just assumed that we hired someone that's gonna to bring them on as soon as possible.
What was it?
Nothing.
No.
No, I didn't make a
You
motion.
didn't do
No
anything.
motion.
I said I'd like to vote.
But he agrees, he said supports.
I'd like to vote tonight.
Oh. Well, I thought you was gonna make a motion.
I
He
wasn't.
changed his mind.
I changed my mind. The chair is making a poll that who would be willing to come back for another session or vote tonight.
Who wants to vote tonight?
I do.
So do I.
I do.
Oh, crap. We are 3-3. We are 3-3, which means we cannot vote. We will not get a vote for 4 tonight. That's just the way it is. Now, next week,
We didn't put up anybody to vote.
no, we're just straw polling right now. Just rather than make this. So our only other choice to me is that we are going to come back next week, and whoever can make it can make it. Probably by then we'll have Marlene here.
I'd like to make a motion that we hire Ryan. So,
I'll second that motion.
Did that, well,
He's
Okay.
You have to.
If you're gonna make a motion, it should be in the form that
Yeah.
covers all the
read
stuff.
it read it.
I'll read it for you, Gary.
First, withdraw your other
We'll get a copy
motion,
for you.
motion, please.
Withdraw your
Withdraw
first
mine.
motion. He withdrew his
Okay.
motion.
Gary, this would be the motion. Move to make a conditional offer of employment as Shiawassee County Coordinator to Ryan Rudsis, contingent upon successful negotiations and background check. That's your motion, okay?
That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion with a second. Further discussion on that? Then I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Holzhausen,
Yes.
Commissioner Howard,
No.
Commissioner Garber,
No.
Commissioner Marks,
No.
Commissioner Plowman,
Yes,
and Chairman Broder.
No.
It's already failed at 33.
So it's failed.
that's failed. Four.
And Commissioner Webster is excused.
And I really want to make it clear that our no vote does not mean that we don't like,
That's right.
Yes.
Oh,
we don't like the candidate. We are, our no vote is
We're all
indicative of the
settled
fact that
with
we're just not.
Yeah.
So can let me make a motion, if that's okay, to set a meeting next week for a second interview, the scenario style that we referenced, 30 minutes apiece per the 3 candidates.
Do
And
we
then
need a specific date for that, time for that motion?
I think we
I
should.
think we need a,
How many candidates we're gonna bring back?
3.
3?
3?
I can't do it Thursday. I won't be here Tuesday. I won't be here.
I'll be gone for a month, so.
So let's, how about Wednesday the 7th?
did you say you're leaving, you're gonna
That
be gone
works.
for a month?
Yeah, I'm going on vacation, so
When?
tonight or tomorrow.
You are not.
Yeah.
Are you really?
Oh, I can't, oh, guys, it's, next week, I'm busy. He's gone Tuesday, I'm gone Wednesday, I'm gone Thursday. I got townships on Wednesday, Tuesday is, MTA.
Well, we
June-
might cancel MTA. And if we do it at 4 o'clock,
Can we do it at 4 o'clock?
What day?
I mean, Brad suggested Wednesday, that's good for me. Really, any day.
Gary can't make it.
I can do it early.
You've already told me you're not coming.
Except,
Well, it's not that I'm not coming, I can't.
You can't make it any time, day or in the evening,
Not a chance. I have meetings all next week.
okay?
Then you go into the week of
We'll have to
meetings.
hope, pardon me?
Then you go into the week of board meetings.
Well, we don't wanna go.
If we settled it on a Monday or Tuesday of the week of board meetings, it's not settled till Thursday, you could make that conditional offer by Tuesday or Wednesday. If you did it on a Monday, in theory.
Monday, well,
And
Yeah,
then
but
you
what
make it,
time?
you seal it up by a Thursday, it's a possibility.
That is a possibility, I think.
So
yeah, do it early on Monday?
I'll
So
amend
add a
that.
special meeting during board
4
week,
o'clock
Yeah.
Monday or
just to do
something.
the second round of interviews.
Can we?
4 or 6
It'll have
on
to
Monday.
be, it'll have to be, can you do, yeah, we could
Can
do
we-
it, and we could push our meeting back a little bit.
You
Either
can start
or.
a meeting later, you can't start earlier, so if we did a 4 o'clock interview session, and then we start our regular committee meetings after.
Yeah, just depends when we get done.
And then we would deliberate and choose a candidate when.
Right, that's why I would do the interviews after our meeting.
I'm sorry, say.
I would do the interviews after our meeting on Monday.
so start the board of commissioners committee
Start the
meetings
board
at
early.
4.
There you go.
And ours at 5.
Is that acceptable to, is that acceptable?
here.
Are we acceptable on that? Gary, I'm sorry you can't make it.
Maybe I will, maybe, I don't know how long I'm gonna be gone. so.
Oh,
Okay, well, your vacation just got more flexible. Interesting how that worked.
So my motion is to have the interviews Monday, December 12th at 5 p.m.
do I have a
Have the
second?
interviews at 5?
I'll second
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Can you, could you let, so Caroline can get the minutes correct? Could you
Yeah.
please restate that?
The motion is to have a second round of interviews with 3 candidates Monday, December 12th at 5 p.m.
Scenarios.
And then we're
Scenario
doing
style.
Our meeting
At 4.
at 4, okay.
I have a motion. Do I have support?
Support.
I have support. Discussion on that. Question about who's gonna develop a scenario.
I would let our consultant.
As soon as your vote's over, I'll mention it and find out what you wanna do. After you have, if you're gonna have it, then we'll talk about what the subject.
Okay.
I have an idea.
Perfect.
All right.
Does that get recorded?
Discussion? Now, wait a minute, you know that
We'll have
12th,
discussion.
that 12th of December, that's my wife's birthday, but I'll make it here. I may not be able to sleep at home, but I'll make it.
So we are doing
Like it's
our,
the first bad thing you've done in all your
Yes, it
marriage.
is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
so we're doing our board meeting, finance committee at 4, and then our interviews.
So it goes finance and then
We're going to have that early?
Econ, physical
Econ.
development, and
Yeah.
And
then we
then-
should be done by
Fine.
5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the chairman can gavel it through if it's not done by
I gotta
5.
count.
Well, but we are approving the budget,
So
or
we-
talking about it,
So
so.
maybe not, yeah.
We are starting the board commissioner meetings at 4 on Monday the 12th.
Committee meetings.
Yes, I'm just changing.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I know.
I
I know. Well, we're gonna be chatting about it, I'm sure.
I think that's a very fair compromise, colleagues.
I got a township meeting I'm supposed to be
Don't
at,
worry.
so.
I guess I would.
Yes, we may
Yeah.
not make our township meeting, we have to put it up, push that off another month, I don't think that's a critical thing. They'll still be upset about the solar panels the following month, so we can probably do that in January.
Do I dare throw out Tuesday, the 13th?
I mean, we just,
I know. I just,
Why?
to help
I'm
better
sorry, this
alleviate.
takes
Okay.
this
Okay.
takes precedence
All
to
right.
me.
All right, so we have a motion for the 12th.
Well, I'm the one that can do it next week.
Pardon me?
I'm not pushing it off till the second week, but whatever, that's fine.
That's me.
Just trying to get it so we can have it as full a board as possible.
give yourself a little room to make sure you have enough people to get to 4 votes for somebody.
Well,
Well, Marlene, hopefully.
we're either going to get 4 votes for someone, or we are going to have the longest meetings in history. As a threat.
Okay,
Yeah.
are you doing a roll on that, or,
Just do a
carries?
roll, please.
Commissioner Howard,
Yes.
Commissioner Garber,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Plowman,
Yes.
Commissioner Webster is excused, Commissioner Holzhausen,
No.
and Chairman Broder.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Do you want these back?
No, I just keep them for the next interviews.
Again, I'd like to comment, I know we're still on the record, we have 3 excellent candidates. I think after the next round, any one of them can come out on top.
Absolutely.
Would you like the presentation to be on how they will manage through understanding the project they have going on, and how will you manage through that from start to finish? Or is there something else?
Personally, that's a one-timer and the work's mostly done.
Okay.
I'd rather have something to do with finances.
Yeah, I agree, I mean, there's,
I agree with that.
there's really nothing they're gonna manage.
I have an idea that Frank and
Please.
myself can work on. So, here's a real one for you. You have enough ARPA money to do the courthouse, a couple other projects, balance a little bit of the budget, and then 2023 will be over, and that will be the end of it. You have not grown enough to sustain the current budget for 2024.
So basically do a 2024 budget.
What are you gonna do for 2024?
I like that.
Removing the ARPA money from the current, they can remove it from they can pull the 2022 budget, remove the ARPA amount, and figure out how they're gonna balance it.
And we can provide them the 2022 budget, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I just wanna make sure they all have the same
thing.
data to work
And we would
from.
give them the
Do
current
we give it to them
adopted budget.
before the interview?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they're bringing a
Now.
presentation.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
let them know this.
And we're going to give them a straight half hour, correct?
Typically only like a 15-minute presentation.
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes for
And then-
questions.
And at the end of the questions for you
Good.
to follow up.
That'll be fine, but at most between the questions and a half hour, we're gonna limit it. And we are gonna use the clock that time.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll use one clock for 15 minutes, and then it's a stand-up presentation like they're presenting to you.
And Frank and myself will work to develop a scenario.
I like that. Is everybody good with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they might as well start working on that now.
Yeah.
All right.
Biggest question facing the county.
Now,
Not just us.
if we're ready to move on, then I would say it is time for a call to the public. Does the public have any comments?
Michael Carr from Corona. First of all, I'm glad you didn't make a decision tonight because I feel it's important the public has a chance to say something before you make a decision. So rather than having a public meeting next time, if you could have a public hearing, so that before you actually make your decision, there's an opportunity for the public to say something during that hearing. I would really appreciate that. Having said that, as far as candidates go, Adam Stacy, he's the one for you if you want a regional approach. If your, you know, regional approach is your focus, he's the guy. If you want to focus more on the inner workings of the city and direct support to the commission, that's Ryan. If you want somebody who's going to grow into the job and really integrate the county on a local level, that's Kyle. Stephanie, I think we all agree, is out. The one disqualifying thing for me was, I know you tried to draw it out of her, was addressing the incident with the firing and the resignation over in Iowa County. And to me, that should have been the first thing she addressed, the first opportunity to set that aside, because it was out there, but she was hesitant to address that. As far as my pick, as of right now, I haven't seen y'all's packets. All I know is what I saw today, and I have to agree with Commissioner Holtzhausen that Ryan is the guy, mainly because he's going to move here, he's going to stay here. Kyle is destined for bigger things. He's going to be gone in 3 years. We'll barely get him trained, and he'll move on because he's got a bright future in front of him. Adam, great guy. I think he's going to try to do your job unintentionally. He's got so much experience at a higher level. He's probably going to, rather than working for you, he's going to try to, you know, unintentionally, but he'll wind up trying to do your job a little more because he's got so much experience as a commissioner, legislature, and all that. He's going to want to work at a higher level than what you want for a county coordinator. So those are my thoughts, and like I said, if we could have a public hearing next time, that would be great.
Thank you for sharing that. Anyone
Yeah.
else?
It's too bad you can't vote.
Me?
No.
Okay.
You wouldn't like it, because I would go over, we was on opposite ends.
Is there anyone else? All right, then let us call this adjourned.
Good job.
It's only 8:45.
Semi-approval. Awesome.
Well, that was a great perspective.